Okay, so I'll start off our meeting. So this is our first session. It's going to be session one, and it's kind of a warm-up to the rest of the event. So I'll begin by saying the opening remarks, and then I'll pass it over to Mohammed Siddiq to introduce the first speaker. So before the war, we had a tradition of gathering every December in Khartoum. It was a time to reconnect and renew our shared mission. When the war broke out in April, that tradition did not end. It moved with us to Cairo. We had our first meeting. It was mainly a moment of remembrance. We honored our beloved Dr. Bushra ibn Auf and presented the Dr. Bushra ibn Auf Lifetime Achievement Award for the first time. In 2024, we gathered again to celebrate legacy and service, celebrating Dr. Assam Osman's life and legacy with the Outstanding Surgeon Award and recognizing Wirral values with the SAMA's Humanitarian Relief Award. So today is going to be our third meeting in Cairo. Cairo has been generous to us and has enabled us to regroup for the third year. And the program reflects both our responsibility and our hope. Youth Rebuilding Sudan will be the first session. The second session will be Together for Darfur. And the third session will be the role of non-political civil society in humanitarian relief and rebuilding. Despite war and displacement, we remain together, and that is our strength. فبسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بنبدأ إن شاء الله المؤتمر الثالث لسامة في القاهرة. يعني إحنا جينا القاهرة ممكن نقول لاجئين تقريبا، لأنه دائما كنا بنعمل المؤتمر بتاعنا في الخرطوم. آخر لما لنا كانت في ديسمبر 2022، كانت 2022. حتى كنت أنا في الخرطوم، وبشرى الله يرحمه كان في ايوا، كان شغال لوكم. حتى كان that was when we gave him the leadership award. فبعد ذاك يعني حافظنا على ما بديناه. فده اجتماعنا الثالث. فحيكون السيشن الأولاني عن دور الشباب في بناء السودان، وحيكون التركيز فيه على شباب السودان. السيشن الثاني حيكون عن Together for معا لدارفور، والسيشن الثالثة حتكون عن دور المجتمع المدني غير المسيس في الإغاثة الإنسانية وإعادة البناء. over to you, محمد صديق.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salah, for the kind introduction. Dear ladies and gentlemen, good evening or good morning, depending on where you are, and welcome. I hope you're enjoying your time in Cairo for those who are attending in person. Thank you for joining us at our annual summit and gathering with us today as we come together to celebrate our collective achievements, reflect on our shared journey, and reaffirm our commitment to serving our communities. We're truly honored to have you with us today. The Youth Rebuilding Sudan session, which is the first session today, highlights the critical role of young people in sharing Sudan's future through learning, leadership, and community service. The session features presentations on about the Dr. Bushra ibn Auf Center for Learning and Humanitarian Relief Support, a center established in Port Sudan and Gadaref as a platform for empowering youth with the knowledge, skills, and values needed to lead Sudan toward recovery and sustainable development. Through education and capacity building, the center aims to develop the next generation of Sudanese leaders, individuals equipped to respond to crisis, strengthen communities, and contribute to building a more resilient and hopeful Sudan. So first, join me in welcoming Dr. Salih MohamedKhair. Salih is Director of Learning at the Dr. Bushra ibn Auf Center in Port Sudan, a graduate of Reed University. Dr. Salih's journey with SAMA began during his time as an intern, where he played a pivotal role in supporting our medical missions in Port Sudan. Even then, he stood out for his exceptional leadership, dedication, and deep commitment to service, qualities that lead to his appointment as Director of Learning. Today, Dr. Salih continues to strengthen SAMA's impact by supporting the SAMA Project ECHO SuperHub, helping advances Project ECHO growth and reach across Sudan. We're honored to have him today. Please, Salih, thank you for coming and thank you for presenting, and start your presentation.
Thank you, Muhammad Al-Mahal, and thank you everyone. Glad to be here. My name is Salih MohamedKhair. and I serve as SAMA Director of Learning based in Port Sudan. I'm glad today to present about SAMA and Project Eco Hub and what we have done in the past period. Okay, about SAMA Project Eco Hub. Uh, at SAMA, we implement Project Eco in Sudan, connecting frontline healthcare providers with specialists through virtual case-based learning to strengthen capacity and improve responses to healthcare challenges. And today, I will take you through the following key points. First, about Project Eco, what it is and why it matters. Core principles, the foundation of the Eco model. Benefits of the Eco model, how it improves healthcare delivery, how it works, the structure and methodology, and also the needs in Sudan, why Project Eco is particularly relevant here, and what SAMA did with Project Eco, our implementation experience, and also future plans where we are headed next. Eco is extension for community healthcare outcome, is a movement to demonopolize knowledge and amplify local capacity to provide best practice care for underserved people all over the world. The eco model is committed to addressing the needs of the most vulnerable population by equipping communities with the right knowledge at the right place and at the right time. At Project Eco, our mission is to strengthen health equity by democratizing access to knowledge and best practices to improve the health of patients and communities worldwide. Project Eco core principles are using technology to leverage scarce resources and also share best practice to reduce disparities and applying case-based learning to master complexity, and lastly, evaluation and monitoring for the outcomes. So what makes Eco different from the traditional learning? In traditional learning, knowledge is typically delivered in a one-way format where experts teach and learners receive information. This model limits reach, especially in settings affected by conflict like Sudan, and also distance or resource constraints. But Project Eco built on the idea that everyone teach and everyone learns. It uses a hub and spoke network to amplify expertise by sharing it across many providers rather than concentrating it in one place. Regarding access and equity, unlike traditional models that require travel or relocation, Project Eco removes geographic and logistical barriers, allowing frontline providers to stay in their communities while accessing expert guidance. And also, regarding system impact, by expanding access to knowledge rather than specialist, Project Eco strengthening local capacities and create a more resilient and a connected health system, especially critical for Sudan context. How it works, as here in the picture, you see that the SMEs based in the USA and also the hub and the hub there is a two hub, one in Khartoum, Sudan, another one in Dongola, Sudan. And also we have a hub in other country, Somalia, and you can see that the case presenter is presenting from Khartoum. So the hub and spoke model is very relevant for uh, this context. So Eco model create a virtual community of practice by real-time multi-directional learning and all teach, all learn approach and peer-to-peer learning and also experiential learning and collaborative problem solving. So the question, why eco in Sudan? Because there are severe shortage of specialists, because access to continuing medical education is limited, and because there is a gap between diaspora expertise and local providers. The result, patients often couldn't get the specialty care they needed. That is why we brought the knowledge to them. ECO became the bridge. And after the war, this model became even more relevant because when borders closed and travel became impossible, knowledge could still flow. So what Sama did with Project Eco? We partnership with Project Eco in 2021. We established hubs in Sudan, in Khartoum, and Port Sudan and Gadaref. We expanded internationally to more than 25 countries. We delivered more than 10 specialized eco programs. We adapted during conflict by shifting the hub to Port Sudan with a reliable solar powered facilities. How it started? From 2021 to early 2023, we built our foundation. We set up the hub in Khartoum. In this journey, with Project Eco, the first program launched were the frontline care, dialysis eco, surgery eco, and others. And after the war, the Sudanese American Medical Association expanded its health care emergency response through the Project Eco by launching 5 specialized eco programs, which are infectious disease eco, diarrheal disease, nutritional eco, and primary health care eco. Also, Sama, uh, I'm very glad that I represent Sama in Nairobi partner lunch training organized by the Eco Africa team. This training marked a major milestone in my journey from virtual facilitation of eco program to support the new hubs in Port Sudan. Representing Sam at Nairobi Partner Lunch Training was an inspiring experience that brought together a passionate change makers from across Africa. I reflected I reflected on Sama's long-standing impact over 13 eco programs launched, money sustaining healthcare capacity and collaboration in Sudan during crisis. Nairobi reminded me of the power of the eco model, how shared learning, connection, and partnership can transform systems even in toughest environment. Also reconnecting with early mentors from Eco Africa and Eco India, reinforcing the importance of guidance, solidarity, and strong strategic collaborations. I return with renewed energy and a clear purpose to help establish sustainable, community-driven eco-hubs across Sudan that empower providers and strengthen health and education systems. So, as Sama SuperHub in 2026, we are planning to advance eco across Sudan. We focus on institutions that already active in medical education, community health, and capacity building. Universities provide academic infrastructure, student association also drive peer learning, and non-government organizations bring frontline experience. Through the partner lunch training, these organizations gain knowledge, tools, mentorship needed to establish eco-hubs in their institutions. And also by connecting local providers with experts and scaling digital learning, we enhance Sudan's ability to respond quickly to healthcare emergencies and improve overall health resilience. And also, our partner lunch training to build the eco capacity for our new eco partners. The BLT will familiarize participants with the principles and the framework of the eco model, ensuring that they understood how to connect local providers with expert mentors, and also training covers session planning, content creation, and the use of the digital platform. Also, participants learn how to set up logistic, manage sessions, and ensure program sustainability. And also, as SAMA ongoing support, SAMA will provide year-round mentorship and technical assistance to help partners overcome challenge and maintain high quality programs. So join us expanding Project Eco's impact in Sudan and beyond. Together, we can build resilience, healthcare system, empower providers, and improve health outcomes for communities in need. And like Martin Luther King said, you don't have to see the whole staircase, just take the first step. Thank you everyone for listening, and if anyone have a question, don't hesitate to write it in the chat box or unmute yourself. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much, Salih. Just a quick comment for the audience. So our journey with Project Echo started in 2021 with a, can you hear me okay in the Zoom?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yeah, so it started in 2021, and that was with a $10,000 grant where we established the solar panel and the internet access in Khartoum. And after the war, we got another grant to establish Bushra ibn Auf Center in Port Sudan. And we were actually very blessed by a $50,000 grant that was approved recently. And that will help us to pay for staff, pay for the solar panels, and also pay for high-speed internet in both Port Sudan and Gadaref. So it has been a sustainable relationship that has been a big blessing for the organization. So thank you very much, Salih, for your presentation. And Mohammed Siddiqui, you can introduce the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salah and Salih, for the nice presentation. Please join me in welcoming Shimaa Hassan. Shimaa is a medical student at Red Sea University and a future leader at the Dr. Bushra ibn Auf Center in Port Sudan. She successfully completed the Arizona State University English language course, demonstrating strong dedication, curiosity, and a clear drive for growth. Building on that momentum, Shimaa went on to complete advanced facilitation training, after which she became a facilitator herself, supporting other learners in Port Sudan to complete the English course and strengthen their English language skills. Thank you, Shimaa, for what you're doing in Port Sudan, and please step up and start your presentation.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shimaa Hassan, and I'm honored to serve as a SAMA ASU facilitator for the Sudan Future Leader Program. In this session, I will start by introducing the partnership between SAMA and Arizona State University, and then provide a brief overview of the Education for Humanity program. I will also explain the main purpose behind this collaboration and outline SAMA's role within the partnership. After that, we will look at the overall impact of the program, followed by a selection of learner testimonials that reflect their experiences. I will conclude this session by highlighting some of the most meaningful moments from the ASU course delivered at Dr. Bushra ibn Auf Center. Education for Humanity, an initiative by Arizona State University that works with local partners to deliver accessible and relevant higher educational program. The program is designed to meet learners wherever they are by using a blended learning model. It combines online content and digital tools with direct in-person support from the local partners. This approach ensures that learners receive both flexibility and meaningful guidance throughout their educational journey. The partnership between SAMA and Arizona State University focuses on empowering Sudanese youth by providing access to quality education that strengthens communication, academic skills, and critical thinking. Throughout this joint effort, learners from crisis-affected communities are supported in continuing their growth and expanding their opportunities for the future. The main goals of the collaborations is strengthening English language proficiency within the Sudanese community, giving learners the tools they need for academic and professional growth. To support the education and skills development of some volunteers and interns, helping them become more effective in their roles. To promote community learning and empowerment of ensuring that educational opportunities remain accessible and inclusive for all. This collaboration has a significant impact of learners' growth and development. It enhances academic confidence and skills, broadens access to global learning opportunities, strengthens community engagement initiatives, and create collaborative learning environments that encourage teamwork and shared knowledge. SAMA is dedicated to supporting learners throughout their entire educational journey. The organization focuses on recruiting students, providing continuous support, and facilitating effective learning experiences. SAMA is dedicated to supporting learners throughout their entire educational journey. The organization focuses on recruiting students, providing continuous support, and facilitating effective learning experiences by ensuring learners remain connected and engaged. SAMA helps create a supportive environment where students have consistent access to the resources they need to succeed. For this cohort, we enrolled a total of 20 learners in the ASU course. So far, 6 learners have successfully completed the program. When we look at previous cohorts, 9 learners also completed the course, which shows that learners are consistently progressing and staying committed to the program. The course itself is fully online. However, learners are required to come to the center for structured online sessions over 4 days, from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. In addition to this, they complete extra online learning hours from home to reinforce their learning. By the end of 2026, we're targeting 40 learners to complete the ASU course. Here I'm going to highlight the voices of our learners. Many participants shared that the program has truly transformed their lives by providing not only education but also continuous guidance and support throughout their learning journey. For example, Ali Abu Aghla is a fourth-year medical student at Red Sea University, shared that this experience has been incredibly enriching, helping me improve my skills in academic writing, reading, analysis, and effective English communication. We also have Dua Omer, a third-year medical student, mentioned that she found the course very useful because it improved the way she understands ideas. She said it helped her feel more confident in reading, writing, and grasping key points. She also appreciated that the lessons were simple and practical, making it easier to apply what she learned. Here I want to capture some of the key moments from the ASU course at Dr. Bushra Ibn Auf Center. These photos reflect the strong participation and positive learning environment that developed throughout the program. They highlight how engaged and motivated the learners were and how the course creates a supportive and inspiring space for everyone. Last but not least, I want to show our vision moving forward. We plan to expand the strengthening and partnership and developing more collaborative programs, increasing learning resources, and deepening community engagement. Our goal is to ensure long-term sustainable opportunities for Sudanese youth and for communities affected by crisis, creating a lasting positive impact. Thank you all for paying attention. If anyone have a question or feedback, please feel free to ask or raise your hand or chat the ask in the chat box.
Yeah, thank you very much, Shimaa. Well done. Good presentation, and you did an excellent job, so keep it up. So, English is the gateway to learning and development, and we're really thankful to Arizona State University for their generous grant. I think each learner costs about $200 to $300. It's available for free to Sama. It also actually links up really well with our center, which is equipped with a solar panel and high-speed internet. So that really helps the learners access the knowledge. And once they learn, what I noticed, once they finish the ASU course, they suddenly open up to the world. They establish LinkedIn access. They get a LinkedIn account. They start posting about the things they see. So really, it helps them connect to the world and really advances their careers and hopefully help in rebuilding Sudan. So, Mohammed Sadiq, over to you, to the next speaker.
Thank you, Salah and Shimaa, for the very nice presentation. Please join me in welcoming Yahia Amir. Yahia is a graduate of Red Sea University and currently works as a doctor at Port Sudan Teaching Hospital. He joined the Dr. Bushr ibn Auf Center as a future leader, where he supports the center's marketing efforts and helps strengthen its visibility. Yahia has shown outstanding talent in graphic design and video editing, bringing creativity and professionalism to the team. Building on these skills, he went on to lead a fundraiser to support families displaced from Baha, and he did an excellent job mobilizing support and delivering impact. Thank you, Yahia, for your efforts, and please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mohammed Sadiq, for introducing me. Hello, everyone, and good evening. My name is Yahia Amir, one of future leaders. Today, I have the honor to present our program, Sudan Future Leaders, a national leader developmental program implemented by SAMA to prepare the next generation of Sudanese leaders through structural training, mentorship, and real-world professional integration. The main objective of Sudan Future Leaders program is simple but powerful to develop the next generation of leaders in Sudan. This program integrates training, mentorship, and research opportunities with SAMA professional ecosystem. We are launching in Port Sudan in 2025-26, and we then expanded to Gadaref 2026 and Kosti into 2027. This program admits 50 participants each year. There are two main tracks, clinical and public health. This dual focus also allow us to serve the need of Sudan health secret while also building capacity in wide public health and community development. Our training curriculums is comprehensive. It includes English development, presentation skills, leadership training, emotional intelligence, research and academic writing, project management and entrepreneurships, and international scholar guidance. This program is delivered in four clear phase, each built on previous one, and guiding participant for learning to leadership application, foundations and development, specializing and integration. Phase one focus on building the core skills every leader needs. Over the first 3 months, participants strengthen their English and professional communication, learn leadership foundation to develop emotional intelligence, and improving teamwork and productivity. This phase creates a strong foundation for the rest of the program. Phase 2 focus on skill development. During months 4 to 6, participants instruct their research and academic skills, learn project management, understand the basic of monitoring and evaluation, and advance their presentation skills to communicate communicate ideas more efficiently. Phase 3 about specialization. In month 7 to 9, participants receive tracks specific leadership training, expose career pathways through the road to initiative, engaging in research and firework and preparing for scholarships and future opportunities. Phase 4 focus on integrations and transitions. In this final month, participants lead independence projects, engage with their communities, gain exposure to fundraising and advocacy, and prepare for element engagement and career transitions. Our learning approach combine multiple methods to ensure effective growth. We are blended learning was both in person and online sessions. Apply their Project Echo models for interactive knowledge shares, encourage independency, self-direct learning, and provide mentorship, drive progress tracking to guide each participant's journey. Currently, we're still in the phase 1 of the program because we are starting the previous months. And our cohort progressed until now. 30 participants complete Arizona State University English course from the start, and 12 participants receive a PLS certificate. 12 participants complete an ALS certificate. 23 participants complete the presentation skills workshop. Upon completing this program, participants receive a Sudan Future Leader Certificate recognizing their leadership development, and volunteering certificate acknowledge their contributions to community initiative during this program. Graduates are encouraged to use what they are learning in their communities, working in health, education, civics, and institutes. They can help strengthen civil social by joining or starting non-profit with support. They can also starting communities, community projects or small businesses to help people finals can grow their career in SAMA by applying for staff or contributor roles. I would like to introduce the SAMA Youth Mentorship Committee, which are the main governor body of the Sudan Future Leader Program. It brings together young professionals and experienced leaders to provide strategy guidance, overseeing on mentorships, make sure the program maintain high quality and long-term impact. Dr. Salah Abusin, our currently Secretary General, and Dr. Mohammed Al-Mahal, our Executive Director, and Dr. Mohammed Ahmed Abadi is our next Secretary General, and Mr. Abdelmajid, it is our HR and our HR Director and IT support. We also highlight the coordination of program, Dr. Salah MohamedKhair, our Director of Learning in Port Sudan, and Dr. Esra Omer, our Learning Coordination. They are working together to ensure the program runs smoothly, all activity and executed efficiently, and participants receiving their best support throughout the journey. I would like conclude by sharing a brief personal experience that reflect the real impact of the program. I joined Sudan Future Leader as a participant. I developed key skills in communication, teamwork, and presentation. As a part of marketing team, I expanded my ability in graphic design, digital marketing, and fundraising. One of my major contributions was in the para fundraising campaign, where I helped coordinate a fundraising effort, managing digital marketing activity, and communicate directly with donors. This role strengthened my leadership skills and gave me a practical experience in community engagement and program development. Another strong example is Shimaa, who is joined the program as learner when to become Arizona State University English course facilitator. Shimaa joined Sudan Future Leaders as active participants and successfully completed the ASU course through strong engagement, academic proficiency, and leadership potential. She was selected to become ASU facilitator. In this role, she support new participant, facilitated sessions, and mentor peers. Her journey demonstrated how the program opened doors to global academic and professional opportunities. Their outcomes show how Future Leaders program is not theoretically. It is create a real leaders trusted towards responsibility, responsibility and impact and growth. I want to leave you with this key message. Sudan Future Leader is not just about training leaders. It's about make and build them. Through this program, we are shaping the next generation of Sudanese leaders. Was the skills, experience, and vision to become to make a real impact. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much, Yahya. Well done, good presentation. So as background, we had the internship program. We started in 2021, and you can see the graduates are Mohammed Siddiq and Abadi. You can see them there. So so it's more of an internal program. Future Leaders is a front-facing program. So it's not to change sound, but to change the community. So the ambitious goal is to have 50 every year, 50 in Port Sudan and 50 in Gadaref, so that they can make an impact in the local community. So that's kind of the transitions that we did. You're already seeing some examples of some of that output. So I'll give it to you, Mohammed Siddiq, to introduce the next speaker.
Thank you, Yahya. Thank you again, Salih. Our next speaker is Esra Omer. Esra is a graduate of the University of Khartoum and currently serves as an intern supporting our learning initiatives. She has played a leading role in advancing our e-learning programs through Moodle, where she developed several high-impact courses, including trauma, cardiology, and basic emergency care, to train local healthcare providers across Sudan. Beyond e-learning, Esra also lead our Future Leaders initiative, which Yahya presented shortly, designing the program to strengthen the Port Sudan community and help develop the next generation of leaders. Thank you, Esra, for your efforts, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mohammed, for presenting me. Good evening, everyone. I am Esra Abdelmajid, the Learning Coordinator at SAMA, and it is a pleasure to welcome you through this presentation on SAMA e-learning program. Here, what we will cover today, our vision and mission, what we achieved so far, the active SAMA courses, and the upcoming courses. SAMA e-learning program was established in October 2024. Our vision is to empower healthcare professionals through innovative, accessible, and accredited education. And our mission is to bridge gaps in medical education and healthcare delivery across Sudan and Sub-Saharan Africa. In a simple term, we aim to make high-quality learning possible for every healthcare provider, wherever they are. In just 1 year, we have made a remarkable progress. We launched our Moodle-based e-learning platform, now serving for over 430 active users. And we developed 5 structured, fully online courses, all designed with clear objectives, assessments, and certification. And we introduced simulation-based learning, allowing learners to apply knowledge in realistic scenarios. These achievements show that with teamwork and commitment, even during challenging times, impactful education can thrive. Here is a look at our Moodle platform, Learn SAMA. We can see the active SAMA courses currently running on our platform, each one addressing an essential area in clinical practice and healthcare delivery. Let me briefly highlight them. The basic emergency care course designed in alignment with WHO guidelines to equip healthcare workers with life-saving emergency response skills, especially in resource-limited settings. It covers 4 topics: the ABCD approach to assess and manage critically ill patients, managing difficulty in breathing, recognizing and treating shock, responding to altered mental status. Trauma course designed to equip healthcare providers with essential knowledge and skill for assessing and managing trauma patients in emergency settings. The course covers a wide range of trauma-related topics, from primary survey to specialized management of pediatric and vascular trauma. Cardiology course focus on common and critical cardiac conditions, equipping learners with skills to recognize, assess, and manage heart diseases effectively, from ECG interpretation to acute management. Patient safety course reinforce the principles of safe healthcare practice, communication, and system-based thinking to reduce errors and improve outcomes. And the last one, medication safety course, empower healthcare professionals to identify, prevent, and manage medication errors, ensuring patient safety and improving quality of care. Each course follows a well-defined structure to ensure quality and consistency. Learners access self-paced modules, each with pre- and post-quizzes, video lectures, and PDF resources. Completion certificates are issued to participants who achieve at least 80% completion, a simple yet effective way to recognize commitment and performance. This structure promotes accountability while giving learners flexibility to learn at their own pace. As we say, currently 5 courses are active, covering critical topics. Overall, the course maintains high completion rate and excellent post-quiz scores, reflecting the relevance and effectiveness of what we offer. Now let's talk about impact our learner feedback. More than 90% of participants say they were satisfied with their learning experience, and 95% rate the content quality as excellent, and over 90% agree that learning objectives were clearly achieved. A strong indication that our programs are both impactful and well received. We also received many personal messages from learners describing how some courses helped them apply new knowledge in clinical practice. These testimonies remind us that education truly changed practice and lives. Another milestone was the launch of our simulation-based education in Port Sudan in collaboration with EMIC or Shabaka. It involved 53 learners, totaling over 280 simulation hours and more than 2,000 completed cases, that average of 47 cases per learner. And the best part, 93 rated the experience as excellent. It has been an inspiring example of learning through doing. Looking ahead, we're preparing new and exciting courses, which are research ethics courses, research ethics course, renal course for frontline providers, and advanced emergency care course. Each of these will address critical needs in medical training and patient care in our context, and we are excited about the impact this will have in 2026. One highlight of this year was our collaboration with Ahfad University for Women. 78 students successfully completed basic life support and advanced cardiac life support by Save Alive, the CQ Foundation, and 61 students enrolled in basic emergency care course. Of those, 47 successfully completed the course with 4 scenario-based discussions. This session helped students translate theory into practical decision-making, preparing them for real-life emergencies. The Ahfad experience shows that our e-learning program can effectively integrate into university programs, supporting faculty and enriching student learning at the same time. Also, we have collaboration with Red Sea Medical Student Association. 34 students enrolled, 2 courses were successfully completed, and additionally, Prof. Ihab Tarawa delivered 2 in-person lectures at Bushra ibn Auf Center, attended by 28 students. This photo from the first day, the lecture titled Doctor-Patient Communication. And this picture from the second day, the lecture titled Recognition of Acutely Ill Patient. Behind all this achievement stand a team of remarkable educators and mentors. At the heart of this initiative is Prof. Ihab Babikr Abdurrahman, Professor of Medicine at University of Khartoum and Consultant of Acute Care Medicine at Soba University Hospital. He is not only a course director, but the founder of the SAMA e-learning program, whose vision, continuous effort, and dedication laid the foundation for everything we are sharing today. We also extend our appreciation to Dr. Al-Waleed Al-Hassan, Renal Course Director, and Dr. Qayas Hussein, Research Ethics Course Director. Also, they are members of SAMA Research Ethics Committee. Their guidance and contribution continue to strengthen our program and inspire our learners. Before closing, I would like to thank everyone who contributed, our SAMA team, the course directors, and of course, our learners, especially those who continue working tirelessly despite challenges of the ongoing war in Sudan. Together, we have built more than just courses. We have built a movement for accessible, high-quality medical education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Esra. So this is, we conclude the speakers for this session. We have about 5 minutes for comments, and we can start with people in Cairo, since I'm in Cairo, so I'm going to be biased towards it. Anybody has anything to ask or comment or share?
Thank you so much. Presentations impressive, and the work behind them even more impressive. One thing I think is really special is that SAMA is developing these kinds of training programs in different aspects of emergency medicine and emergency healthcare. And I'm saying this because a few years ago, I was next door in northern Ethiopia. And as you all know, they had a 2-year, very difficult conflict there in Tigray, a siege, no access at all to any kind of outside support or money or banking or electricity. And the medical community there really had to think creatively to figure out how to respond. And this happens again and again in different countries. And I think it would be of great use to some of your neighboring countries also to be able to benefit from your experience developing these kinds of very focused educational programs for use in conflict situations. So not only useful in Sudan, they'd be useful in Burma, they'd be useful in Ukraine and many other places too. So I congratulate you on this innovation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pamela. So a lot of the e-learning programs, the Moodle, the content was developed by experts like Professor Ihab and Dr. Al-Waleed. And then after that comes the technical aspect. So the technical aspect, that's where Esra kind of does the knowledge aspects of things, and Abdelmajid does the IT aspects. And it worked out extremely well, alhamdulillah. Thomas, you had a comment? Thomas Fig, you had a comment?
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you also to all the presenters for this very useful and well elaborated overview. For me as a newcomer, I think it would be very useful if the presentations could be shared at the end of the conference or after the conference or so. So thank you very much for that. I was just wondering about the target groups for the different for the different programs. How do you mobilize? Because some of these programs also involve blended learning, most involve blended learning with partly presence and so on. How do you mobilize the students, and are the learners mainly in Sudan? Or, I mean, how do you mobilize people who are maybe scattered in different areas, be it within Sudan or also as refugees abroad, to bring them to the center, for example, when they need to be when they need to follow courses in the center? I understand the center is located in Port Sudan.
Yeah, so there's one in Port Sudan and one in Gadaref.
How do you mobilize the participants?
Yeah, so far it's confined to those located within these two locations, and that's mainly because of the access to solar panels and the access to high-speed internet. So that's the main limitation geographically. Whenever we open it to people in other parts of Sudan, they have a lot of hurdles, specifically internet access, because they can't have the bandwidth that can allow them to watch a lot of the content. And the other limitation is also the lack of power. So these two factors make learning very challenging. So with that, I think we're going to break here for Maghrib prayer, inshallah. So it's about 5 p.m. now. So the next session will start at 5:15. Help yourself. For those of us in Cairo, there's a coffee corner there. You can have some refreshments. And I think for the next session, I think I'll be probably moderating with Pamela because I don't see Khalid. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, so welcome back. I would like to introduce the moderators for the upcoming session, starting with Professor Pamela Delargy. Pamela Delargy is a professor of practice in politics and global studies at Arizona State University. She has served as a valued advisory member throughout this year and will continue to serve in this role for the next year. During her time with us, Pamela has provided significant support to SAMA by leveraging her professional networks, contributing generously to our work, and strengthening our fundraising efforts through powerful visual storytelling. She also played a key role in bringing the Arizona State University English language course to the Dr. Busha Ibn Auf Center in Port Sudan, helping to improve English language skills within the local community. So thank you, Pamela, for all of your efforts, and we're really glad to have you here today. The other moderator is Khalid Ali. Khalid is a business management leader with deep expertise in international consulting and service delivery. He has worked for mid-sized enterprises and startups across the United States and Africa. Khalid has a strong track record in developing and implementing effective business strategies and operational plans, and he is widely known for building and retaining high-performing teams and trusted partners networks. He is the co-founder and chairperson of Impact Hub Khartoum. Throughout this role, Khalid made a wider professional network. Khalid has generously leveraged his connections to link SAMA with global grant givers and international initiatives. So thank you, Khalid, for what you're providing to SAMA. Over to you, Pamela.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your break and your refreshments. We're happy here in Cairo to join those of you who are there in Sudan and anyone else listening around the world. This session is going to be a tough one for everybody, I think, because we're going to be talking about the current situation in Darfur, what can happen, what is happening in terms of humanitarian response, what needs to happen in terms of global response and attention to the crisis, but also bringing some solutions and some hope. We have two speakers this afternoon from two organizations that are working very hard in Darfur to talk to, and they will tell us a little bit about what's going on. The first speaker is Baha Shareef. I'm not sure I can pronounce this acronym very well. DOFDAR, am I right? Baha is going to speak about the current humanitarian situation in Darfur, about the displacement, about food insecurity, about the health crisis, and the challenges of access to care for services. I turn it over now to Baha.
Hello all and good evening, good morning to everyone attending this meeting, and I'm very glad to have you here in this very important meeting for the Summer Annual Summit. I'm called Baha Shareef. I'm speaking to you from Uganda. I'm the Executive Manager of Darfur Organization for Development and Human Resources. And thank you also for introducing me to the audience. Regarding the context in Darfur, as you know, Darfur, it will not be separated from all over the Sudan as the worst conflict now in the world, and with a very huge number of displaced, internally displaced, and also external displaced in the neighborhood country. But in Darfur, the situation is somehow difficult than any other region in Sudan, because Darfur is the most affected place by the war in Sudan. And as you know now, the people were displaced from home, and 5 states of Darfur was captured by RSF, and also they conduct huge violation and atrocity against the population there in Al-Fasha and also in Tawila, Zamzam, and in Abu Shok camp. Many people were displaced from their home to the several areas. Most of them, they flee to Tawila, and also they face dilemma through the road. Some of them, they are kidnapped, others were killed, and also especially the ladies were faced huge numbers of violation, and also others now they reach to the safe areas. Within Al-Fashir, after the Fashir captured by RSF, most populations there, they flee. Some of them, they went through North Al-Fasha, others they went south of Fasha. But according to the official records, now Tawila only have more than 1,400,000 populations there. And also this is within the host community. In Dar es Salaam, more than 31,000 families. Others, they cross border to Khartoum. Some of them, they went to Dabba. Others, they went to Walid. The situation there, it is remained deteriorated, and also it is catastrophic. We are facing now kind of the completely block out of the internet. There are no any information from inside Al-Fashir, because no access for the internet there. But also regarding to some news we got from inside, the situation also, it is not good. This is, I think, regarding to the displays track metrics. Also, they show that more than 650,000 people fled only from Al-Fashir to surrounded area. And this is, I think, regarding to the displaced overview, and also the situation there in Darfur. In this case, also, just I'm focusing on Al-Fashir because it is a very hot area until now. But also over the other places, we have displaced in the different localities around Al-Fashir. Some of them, they went to Chad, others they crossed border to Libya, others they went to South Sudan, and also some of them, they reached Kampala, and others they reached Egypt. The situation there has remained fluid, and also the insecurity there, people they are facing insecurity, and most of them in high need up to now. As I said, regarding the food insecurity, as you know, Al-Fasha and also the other part of Kordofan was declared by the famine committee review, and there are famine in Al-Fashir, especially for those people flee from Al-Fashir and they move to surrounded areas. Some of them, they have malnutrition. I'm speaking here especially for the elderly and also child and women disability, and also pregnant women and breast women. Most of them under the malnutrition, and they need food. And also the other thing, the amount of the food which is distributed to the people there, it is not sufficient. Most people now, they are dire from the insufficient of the food. And there are another indicators, even I can show that, and this one can guide us for the futures. Surrounded Al-Fashir before the war, people, they used to cultivate their farm, and also they use to grow their plant, and also they get for them the food and to get like a self-sufficient. But we have like this year, the percentage of the rainfall is very small, and also many farm was felt. And the other thing, most of the people, they weren't able to go to their farm and to plant their land because of the insecurity. Their surrounded area, people, they will not be able to go out to get like, to grow their plant or to cultivate their plant. And those people who already plant their ground, now they have a problem. They face the problem with pastoralists. Those people, they have animals. They release the animals before the harvesting time. And most of the farm was destroyed. And especially I'm speaking about the crop which can be harvested in the winter. Some of them weren't be able to harvest their farm. And also this one can indicate for us for the future food insecurity. And most of the area now, people they need food. And here I'm speaking about all over the area. And also I can interconnect this topic with the other thing. Because of the organization now, they are focusing in Tawila, and most services was provided in Tawila. Now we face some displaced from the other several places to Tawila. And this issue, if the organizations and the humanitarian practitioner wasn't handled by the good way, that means that Tawila, it will be the very big place hosting the IDPs. Now I'm speaking about the people free from Dar es Salaam to Tawila, from Korma to Tawila, from the other surrounded area to Tawila, because they think that only Tawila organizations are focusing in Tawila. And I think this issue also we need to discuss as humanitarian practitioner and to handle for future, because we don't want to do like to increase the numbers of the IDPs in Tawila only. This is, I think, regarding the food security. If I shall continue to the health services, and as you know that Darfur was infected by cholera outbreak now, and also we are facing Donic fever and also malaria, because most of health facilities was destroyed or looted by the different people there, especially now I'm speaking here by the soldiers of the RSF. And the access for the services was very difficult, and the women facing the problem to access to the reproductive health, and also the malnutrition children, they facing the problems. There are some humanitarian organizations there make an intervention there to provide the services there. I'm speaking here to MSF France and also MSF Spain, Tabashir also. They are trying to providing services, but with very limited resources, and also with a very restricted access, because now if you want to bring something from outside to cross border to Tawila or the surrounded area where they hosted the IDPs, it's somehow very difficult, especially I'm speaking here about the medicine. And we face this case with Sama also regarding their support us to bring the eye fluid from Chad. And I think most of the health facilities, as I said, they destroyed. Now the needs is very huge. The health facilities, it need to be reconstructed again, and also most of the equipment of the health facilities was looted, and that one makes the situation is very difficult. For the access service, here I will divide by the two times. When I'm speaking about the accessing by the organization, also it's remained very difficult because we are dealing with the different authorities there. We have RSF, and also we have SAF. As your organization, you have to also collaborate with them regarding your interventions there. And also we have in some places, we have SLA. Other places also we have the SLA controlled by Al-Hadi Idris. And also in the other places, we have the joint forest like Gatina. Now you have to control. That means we have, as an organization and also humanitarian practitioner, we have to collaborate with more than 5 parties there, and that it can make somehow difficult for us to get an access there. And also regarding to pass the road, there are some restriction and many checkpoints there you have to pass. Some of it can request money to pass. And sometimes the numbers or the amount of the money which they request is very huge for the organization to pay and pass. This is regarding to the access of organizations, and also they are required for registration in different places. Like now, if you want to intervene in Yala, you have to register with Sarho, and also if you want to intervene in Tawila, you have to register with SLA Al-Waleed, and most of them, they request money also to be registered, and I think these issues now under the discussion with OSHA. And also in the other hand, regarding to the access for the population, I think after the Fashil fall down under the RSF hand, somehow the situation is like enhanced somehow, but also the constraint for free movement for the civilian, especially for those people, they want to go to Khartoum, Durman, and Dabba, was restricted. Unless if you want to go to the place where you are controlled by the RSF, somehow it's good. And also in the other hand, I'm speaking about to move from Dabba to Al-Fashir, like if you have accommodated to deliver in Al-Fashir also, it's somehow difficult because you need to get like more than 1 to 2 permission to get an access. For the other services, as I said, the internet is very difficult because most people there are using Starlink and was restricted in different places. Other places, even they can give you the Starlink, but it will be surveillance. And in the other hand, also accessing for the power. This is, I think, like someone asked for very difficult things, no access to any kind of the power. Even for institutions, there are no any access for the power. People just they use like a public power generated from in the market. And also those people, they generate power, sometimes they can harm the environment because they are using very traditional and local ways to generate the power. And also the power, it is not affordable for everyone because sometimes the cost is very high. And also the other thing to accessing for the charcoal, for the wood, like for those families, they want to like cook their food. Also, it is very difficult and it can harm the environment because now also we are observing people came and stay behind the Tawila. Now they go through the places where there are many trees, and also they began to cut the trees to provide their needs for the cooking. And also this one, even it needs to be like we have to put in our plan to see how we can handle this issue, because I'm speaking about the place where is the desertification before. That means there is small amount of the trees now is remaining, and now they began to cut it out. I think especially this is overall the situation in Darfur, but the situation it's remained fluid and it is remained very hard. Lastly, accessing for the NFI and also for shelter, because now I'm speaking about the winter time. Now the winter has begun there, and North Darfur especially, it is close to the big desert, and the cold there, it is too much. Most of the family flee from their home without taking anything. Those people, they took some blankets, even were looted in the road. Now they reach there without anything, without dishes, without NFI, without blankets, without carpets. And I think this is the most needed now for an intervention, because many people, especially focusing on child, elderly, pregnant women, now just they are facing the winter without any kind of equipment. Also, the high need of the winter clothes. People there, they need to be covered by the winter clothes because, as I said, most of people there, they flee without taking any kind of clothes. Those people, they took anything, they looted in the road. And as you know now, the market was looted. There are no anything provided there or available there to be purchased. Even if it is available, the price is very high. And as you know, also the livelihood was destruction. No one has any kind of money to buy anything. Overall, the needs in Darfur, especially the people fled from Fashir, is very high, and they need our attention and our focus. Over.
Thank you very much for this elaborate, gloomy picture that you. I mean, it's the reality, right? It's painful, but it is gloomy. Thank you very much. Next, we will hear from Yagoub from Tabashir for Aid and Development. Yagoub will talk about, will focus on communicable diseases control. Yagoub, if you can limit your intervention to let's say 10 minutes so that we can take Fatima and then maybe have a very short conversation afterwards. Would be grateful. Thank you. I'll just take this minute while Fatima gets set up to introduce her. Fatima Mahmoud is the grants manager for SAMA, and she will, over the coming 10 to 15 minutes, will talk to us about SAMA's Humanitarian Relief Center for Darfur, Sudarfur. We look forward to her presentation.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Today I'll be presenting to you about our work in Darfur as SAMA. As you know that the crisis in Darfur is not something new. The conflict in Darfur has been going for many years now. But as the time goes, the need grows more and the conflict has been intensified. So I'll start with an overview of the current situation now in Darfur. Okay, as you know that, as I said, one of the largest humanitarian crises and conflict since April 2023 was in Al-Fashir, Darfur, and that millions of people were displaced in all over Sudan and outside of Sudan. And there was a widespread of shortages of food, water, healthcare, and shelters. The health systems were actually collapsed, and there was no health services that was provided to the people in need in Darfur, which mainly increased the disease and the mortality risk. Also, the most affected criteria were the women and children, who were facing a heightened protection concerns, and that local responding and are the primary lifeline amid severe access and funding constraints. So the main humanitarian gaps are first, as you know, shelter and NFIs, because there's already displacement camps, and then the people are coming from Al-Fashir, which made the displacement camp overcrowded. And also, these displacement camps are lacking of basic household items and inadequate living condition. Also, as I said, the healthcare system is very fragile, and there's a limited access to primary care, medicine, maternal service, and emergency treatment. Also, there is a huge gap in the psychosocial support. People are facing a high trauma levels, and there is also a limited service for these affected people. Also, the protections concerns are rising huge, because there's rising cases of family separation. There was a huge number of reported of unaccompanied children who were receiving in the camps, and also they were struggling to meet the very daily basic needs due to the loss of livelihoods and displacement. Also, there is a huge documentation support needs, because many IDPs lost their personal identities documents, and this requires an urgent assistance to replace their documentations. This is an update from the FSL cluster, which shows that like many areas in Sudan are facing a huge severity of food security. Over 61% of the population are mainly acutely food insecure, and around 10.2 million people are in severe or extreme food insecurities. Also, there's around 817,000 people are facing catastrophic, which is mainly level 5 conditions. And they reported that the severity of level 3 or higher is present in all localities of Sudan. and that the worst affected regions are mainly Darfur and South Kordofan. So as you know that SAMA's presence in Darfur is not something recent. We already have experience in Darfur since 2018. This picture shows this is a picture of Dr. Esra Salih. She used to be a SAMA midwife officer, where she was doing a training of midwifery in El Fasher in North Darfur in 2018. And this was done by a grant from the UNICEF. So SAMA's effort in responding to the crisis in Darfur, that we've launched a fundraising, and thanks to all the donors, we were able to reach around $68,000. I would like to thank each and every one of you who helped in contributing to this launch good efforts, who donated or even advocated for this. Also, we have a lot of fundraising efforts through the communities. And thanks to Adams, the Islamic Center of Yoruba, Linda, and also to Bias Project for their generous fund. Also, there was another fundraising effort from our student organization. The first one is from the VU Amsterdam Coalition of Students and Staff for Palestine. And the second one from the National Arab American Medical Association in Chicago and Medical School. Also, our student organization, which is mainly the Sama Youth in Austin and Maideen Islamic Center, did a great job in fundraising in both Austin and in Francisco, California. So our intervention mainly in Darfur, which was made in Tawila. As you know, that SAMA is implementing their activities through local partners. We found that this implementation model is very effective, and it helps us to reach the hard-to-reach areas, and it increased the accountability and the efficiency of the project. So our first intervention is that we partnered with Dafudar and also Tabashir organization. The activity was mainly to distribute a life-saving IV fluid. This was successful to deliver 4,500 IV fluids, which supported around 12 health facilities and reached around 2,530 patients. Also, our second intervention is the general food distribution, also with our implementing partner, which is Al-Uyun organization. The project activities is mainly to local procure the food items, and then to form a communal kitchen in Tawila, which made a preparation and delivery of hot meals to the most people in need or people who are coming to the camps. The coordination with community leaders for beneficiary identification, and there was 2 on-site distribution of IDP centers. So the output of this intervention was mainly that 790 hot meals were distributed, which reached around 4,000 displaced individuals. This picture shows our first collaboration, which is the hot meals. As I said, 790 hot meals were distributed. You can see the whole process from the preparation of the food. Also, the third picture shows the hygiene practices, and then the distribution of the food. And as you can see that most of the IDPs are women and children. After we saw the efficient of this project, we decided to complete to a period of distributing the food, because as I said, the needs are very big, and the need assessment showed that a lot of people are still coming to the camps. Also, Selma will be having a partnership with TADO organization to implement a mobile clinic. TADO is the Tabashir Organization for Aid Development. The mobile clinics will mainly deliver basic healthcare services to the displaced communities. The scope of services for these mobile clinics is that they will provide outpatient consultation for adults and children, and also basic management of communicable and non-communicable diseases. Also, it will provide maternal and reproductive health support, and child health screening and treatment, health education and awareness, and finally, distribution of essential medications. Also, there will be a referral for complex cases. As you know that the mobile clinic services are kindly limited. So whenever there's a complex case, there will be a referral system where we will provide like a transportation aid so that the patient can be transported to Tawila Hospital, which is mainly managed by the MSF. Okay, so I will conclude this presentation by SAMA's long-term action and Darfur, which is the Darfur Center. The Darfur Center actually represents SAMA's enduring commitment to combine the humanitarian relief with sustainable development. So the center's main location will be in Adri Chat, and will support a lot of emergency intervention, like the food security, medical supply logistics, and communicable disease control and women's health in Darfur. So this is designed to be powered by solar energy and connected through Starlink satellite internet. And also, as I said, the strategic located is in Adri, because a lot of displacement is happening from Darfur to Adri. So we will be ensuring the operation, access, and safety of these displaced people. That's all. Thank you so much for listening. And if you have any questions, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Fatima, for highlighting all the efforts that SAMA has been doing. I think before we open the floor for questions, I don't know how much time do we have for questions, but I would like to offer a few thoughts reflecting on Fatima's presentation and the presentation before. Well, my name is Khalid Mohammed Ali. I manage the Proximate Fund Sudan, which looks at not only humanitarian, but also resilience building and development. And I'd like to start by saying it's music to my ears to hear that SAMA is looking at not only emergency response right now, right? Because it's very clear from the presentations that we've seen, and most of the people here, if not everybody, are very well immersed in the situation in Darfur. The crisis is not showing any signs of slowing down, right? And if anything, the impact of it it's getting worse rather than it's getting better, right? We talk about Darfur, now Kordofan is at real risk, right? All the catchment areas that appeared on those maps, whether it's Tawila or Atina or people went wherever, these are still areas within reach of the front of these conflicts, right? So even the people who managed to exit Al-Fashir and the crises that happened in Al-Fashir are still not entirely safe, right? And the thinking as such should not be entirely focused on immediate relief. It's important, and I think the work that SAMA and other diaspora and national organizations are doing is absolutely critical and commendable. If it wasn't for organizations like SAMA, I mean, we would have had more losses, right? Practically, I mean, you put slides here and people, and we look at numbers, but what this translates to is lives that have been saved. Let that sink. Think of that for a second. Every hot meal that is served, or every blanket or whatever kind of support that you're giving in these areas, you are saving lives. The question becomes, what happens for these same people and others at risk in the short and the medium terms? Despite the critical and commendable work that SAMA and other similar organizations, whether they are national Sudanese organizations or diaspora organizations, are doing, it's as critical to think about the medium and the long-term response. More support to national organizations, national Sudanese organizations and diaspora organizations. SAMA is a Sudanese American association, but it's also a national organization. I'm not sure of the legalities, whether they're registered here or there. But what they're doing and what they're bringing to the table is intimate knowledge of the local context in Sudan. And this is what the international NGOs are lacking, right? The international NGOs, as important as the work that they do, the UN included, follow strictly the humanitarian architecture. They have protocols and they have plans and systems that they cannot or choose not to deviate from. And that's not very helpful, because in an area where there is active conflict, the first thing that faces you is access issues, right? Darfur and Kordofan are in IPC 5 not because there is lack of food, because there is lack of access. If you talk to somebody in WFP today, they will tell you the trucks have been stationed less than 30 kilometers out of El Fashir for a month or two. They cannot access El Fashir despite what the RSF says, right? So access is the main issue, or one of the main issues. The local communities are able to support themselves. They are the best ones to tell you what are the challenges they're facing. They are the ones who can tell you what the solutions are. And if you, as SAMA or as a donor or as an intermediary, can channel these resources to these communities directly without having to go through 7 intermediaries, right? So the money comes from a donor, goes to a UN agency, the UN agency gives it to an INGO, the INGO gives it to a national NGO, and the national NGO goes to a smaller NGO. In the process, you have 20% or 30% or 50% overhead. The money or the resources that get to these communities is negligible, right? So I want to think about, I hate the word because it now has a bad rap, localization, more localization. If you can work directly with national NGOs, and let's show a little bit of flexibility. They don't have to show because they don't have. You can't give them you can't ask them to report through a complicated template and, on a more logical framework. It's not practical, it's not feasible, it's not going to happen. The main reason why structures like the local churches have been super effective, they have been the ones who were able to respond in the first place, is because of their flexibility and their access to these communities. Now, they don't follow any humanitarian architecture, but they were very effective. So the invitation here is for people who hold the power. If you're a donor, if you're an intermediary, if you're as a very big implementing partner, show some flexibility, give these groups trust, channel resources to them. They are more capable at this moment in this context to respond than any international NGO or any bigger NGO. Those are my few points. This is just food for thought. I think we, if you allow me, I think we open it for questions for like 10 minutes or something. What do you say? 10 minutes question and answers from the floor or for the people on Zoom from Port Sudan. Any questions to Fatima or to the first speaker? Okay, there are 2 questions back there. We take the 2 questions and then I have to give her all the mics. I don't know, somebody's recording, so.
Assalamu alaikum, Masa al-Khair. It's actually a comment, not a question. My name is Fedwa Shawgi, General Manager for Sadaqat Charity Organization. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. I would like to start to second everything that Khalid had said. And I want just to add 2 more points from the ground. I came from Sudan this morning. What I have just witnessed, and I really recommend that we should all focus on that, the number of children that now the number of dropouts from school, especially for Darfur, the number is very huge. We cannot just say resilience alone or emergency alone without mentioning those kids, because after like 5 years, we found that no one can read or write, especially boys. Now the boys are especially out of school. So we need to focus more on the resilience and on education by any ways to decrease the number of dropouts from schools. Now the camp of Al-Afad, there are more than 20,000 there. Sometimes it reached to 50,000 because there are some other families coming from there, not directly from Darfur, but others. But all of them never went to school or any kind of formal education for the last 3 years. So I would like just to make a call for everyone. We need to put some effort on this, and they're now accessible. The problem was always the accessibility, but now they are accessible. We can support them on any other kind of program, ALP, e-learning, whatever, but we can support them on this. For the resilience, the good news that now the UN agencies and the international organizations are planning for the coming year to put to revert the budget on resilience more than emergency. Now the FLAs, all of our agreements with WFP for the last 2 years are ending this year, and now they are moving to resilience, and they're asking us about the ideas. And now they know very well that the actual actors who make the actual impact are the national actors. They are now completely convinced. But I believe that we need to come up with new ideas because we are more aware of the context and the challenges and what's going on the ground. So we need to have, like, I don't know, brainstorming sessions, community dialogue, whatever, but the opportunity is there, especially for the next coming 2 years. I think that their doors are at least slightly open for our ideas. So we need to push ourselves first before pushing them. We need to come ready for the donors. But there is a lot to be done there on the resilience and for the education of the kids.
مساء الخير. Hello. Good evening, everybody. I'm happy to be here. I'm not sure if you can hear me. I'm having a serious flu, actually. Thanks for the presentations and the good work for coming from local actors on the ground, whom they are bearing the huge burden on providing the assistance, the immediate assistance on the ground. My if I can put it, inquiry in that sense about the mental health and psychosocial support, and especially with regard to the gender-based violence and the sexual violence. As we know, that has been used widely, especially all over the world, all over Sudan, but in particular also in Darfur. So to what extent, I'm not sure if I'm not, I didn't grasp it or it has been mentioned somehow, but I would like to know to what extent is it put into consideration and into the planning. As we know, it's like mental health is critical, and we have been hearing here and there about incidents of victims whom they have committed also suicide and have been bearing the huge impact of those resentful events on them, I mean, as victims. So wondering on GBV programming and linked to mental health, psychosocial support, and as well as to communicable diseases, especially STIs and HIV, AIDS in particular. I would love to hear if there is any planning or if it's already there, and how you would like to tackle it, especially with regard to the mental health.
Thank you, Fadwa and Rania, for these critical questions. I wanted to see if we can take one question from the people online or the people who convene in Port Sudan. So we have 3 questions, and then we give Sama an opportunity to respond. Is there any question from the people who are joining us online?
I have a question. Maybe Baha would be the best to answer it. Just my question is, if we can have more insight on the cross-border accessibility of support. I mean, now we're having the initial plan of having the address center there. So if it is established there, how does the accessibility from Chad to Darfur works? And if there are organizations who are working on that matter? Yes, thank you.
Okay, so 3 questions. One about education and resilience building. Second question about GBV, SGBV, and psychosocial support for survivors. And a third question about cross-border support. Fatma, do you want to respond for Sama or Dr. Salah, or who wants to take these 3?
Mohammed, do you want to answer or should I?
Yeah, I mean, if you can share Sama's plans for 2026 and beyond around these 3 axes.
Okay. Okay. So I'll start first by commenting on Khalid's. He mentioned that the localization model is very important. I believe this is something that we've been working on, and we saw how efficient it is. I just want to mention one thing that I believe that maybe I missed, is that localization is also about capacity building. So you're doing both. You're helping the community in delivering the aid, and at the same time, you're building the local capacity of these people. So I believe this also ensures the sustainability and like to have a long-term capacity building. Okay, moving to the question of the women's health and GBV. I believe that Sama, we used to have a women's health project, and now we are reviving this. Actually, after we saw the needs and the gap in this, because we saw that like most of the organizations are now prioritizing the emergency assistance, let's say. Like they are providing food and health, and they are forgetting totally about the mental health and the and what women are facing now. So this would be one of our main project in 2026. We will have a project that is will focus only on the women's health. We are still not sure about the location, because as you know that the displacement is happening, so we want to know the best like location to implement this project, because as you know it's also it requires a lot of process because the sensitivity of this, and we have to make sure that these services will reach these people without harming them, and to make sure that it's 100% secure. So this is one of our project that will be inshallah implemented in 2026. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Fatima. Any reflections on education? Is education featured in your 2026 plans?
No, not
Okay.
not really. Yes.
So it's a good point. I think there is time for one more round of questions, and then we can move forward. Yes, Abdul.
Okay, can you hear me? Right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Mohammed Hisham, General Secretary for Khartoum Medical Student Association. I just want to ask a question or to elaborate more on the access to education. Access to education, as we all know, it is universal right, and it's not touching only students at schools and only that. It also it's extend up to universities, and coming from first contact experience with students from Khartoum Faculty of Medicine, we had students in conflict areas that they didn't get access to education. They didn't get access to the centers of exams to sit for exams. We allocated funds for them in order for them to be able to transfer or to gain access to transport from the conflict area to the exam centers in safe areas. But we are thinking that it is kind of a problem because we sometimes we don't have funds, sometimes we don't have logistic support to give access for these students. As we know that e-learning is a crucial part of solving the problem, but e-learning under the university's rule in Sudan doesn't solve all the problems. We still don't have online exams in a lot of universities. So we are thinking about how we can solve such a problem, how we can give access for students in conflict areas like Darfur and stuff like that, and how we can make them approach the exam. I want to ask if there's any plans, if there's any ideas to solve such conflict. And thank you for the opportunity.
Hello, everyone. I hope people online can hear me. My name is Reem from Medical Students International Network, Sudan. My question is kind of a follow-up question on Dr. Alia's. Okay, so my question is kind of a follow-up question on Dr. Alia's, especially relevant to the gender-based violence and the rampancy of communicable diseases, especially STIs and HIV. There has been noted to be a complete change in the epidemiology of the disease. Nearly all the literature review that we currently have from previous years has almost been outdated. And with such sensitive interventions that Selma has had amazing ones, like the mobile clinics, like blood donation centers, not having that thought in mind could complicate possibly the diseases even further, or could even unfortunately lead to the exacerbation of the prevalence of STIs because of GBV or because of conflict or because of sexual assault in such conflict-affected areas. So my question is also similar to hers, is how much has that been taken into consideration? And how could your collaborators or partners, such as student organizations, contribute to helping you address GBV and address change in epidemiology? Student organizations have been known to have a plethora of human resources, people that can help through volunteer teams, people that could help through research teams, etc., etc. So how could you, as Sama and your partners, figure out the problem more regarding how to address this complete 180 degrees change in the epidemiology, and how we can address it in a better and more sensitive way to not cause any further, complications to the already prevalent issue. Thank you.
Are there any more questions? All the way turn back to Sama.
Thank you. This is Nada Ahmed from Infinite. I just want to hear some insight on how they see the coordination in the ground is like effectively happening, because I do agree that maybe there is some highlights on issues related to mental health, education, and all these things was somehow interlinked in when it comes for the target and also for serving the agenda. However, it could be a mandate of different actors. So to what extent there is an effective coordinated effort where we make sure that when we are targeting a particular area, that we are effectively managing things. So either enforcing this coordination from some side, or at least how you influence this agenda. I know there is a health cluster, there is UNICEF maybe working on multiple sectors, but I can recall also, I have been working for the Ministry of Health, and I can recall even the big UN agency, when it comes for coordinating efforts with the NGO in the ground, we feel like some challenge happening in that. And I think one of the good examples is the mother and the newborn. So when it comes for response, we can find the newborn at one hand and the mother with another hand, and it's very rare to have the same response timely handling the they needed care. So how you see things happening now?
A cluster working, cluster on reflection of what Dr. Nada has already said. Is there any cluster working still in Darfur in that sense, or how partners are actually working together? And on that, I just remember I wanted to ask the colleague from the first presenter about whether they have managed to meet with the UN emergency relief coordinator on his visit to Darfur, Tom Fletcher, last month, because he couldn't get access to Al-Fashir, but however, he was able to go around the state. And to what extent this could have, they have been the local actors or local responders have been able to reflect on the real situation on the ground and the challenges and the required needs from the UN system.
Let me try to summarize this round of questions. There are a couple of questions that go back to advocacy work, right? There's a question, an excellent question from Mohammed Hisham on how can we influence policy for, if I don't want to paraphrase, but please keep me honest if I misrepresent your question, is online education could provide access, at least for taking exams, but the current policies and regulations in some universities do not allow that in the first place. You have to appear physically at a physical exam center, and this is not accessible all the time. So this is a question. Does SAMA have, and excuse my ignorance about everything that SAMA does, do you have an advocacy pillar or an advocacy group? And is education part of what you're looking at? Because if you do, that would be the right place to kind of like address this question. And then questions around coordination on the ground. I think this is super important because there are different actors trying to do the same things, and the resources that are coming in are not only not sufficient, but they are diminishing, right? I mean, every donor is significantly cutting down on their contributions. So this necessitates better coordination so that there's no overlap and the efforts are not counterproductive. That's another question. How are we coordinating on the ground? And also an excellent question here on how can student organizations help, particularly with psychosocial support and mental health for GBV and SGBV survivors, correct? Sama, who wants to take these 2 or 3 questions?
Yeah, I think I can start, Khalid, with answering some of the questions, and maybe I will leave the rest for my colleague. So all are very, very excellent questions. And just to, just to give you a little bit of background of how SAMA works and what are the priorities that we're focusing on right now, and then how can all of the attendees here with their different representations could fit into the plan. So right now, the first thing is that we're working through localization. We're working through local partners who we are empowering them. We're linking them with different international donors. We're trying as much as possible, as Khalid mentioned earlier, to try to bridge the gap between the international funders that we have linked with those local organizations. And those local organizations are really spread all over the place. So this is something our model is this is one of the traits of or strengths of our model, that we're able to reach wide geographical areas. And also they are also diverse in terms of focus areas. So for example, we work with Baha Dafdar in food security in Fashir. And then when they were not able to do a food security program in Tawila, they have channeled us into other organization, which is Al-Waleed organization, for example. And then we partner with Tabashir in doing cholera. So the model itself is very resilient in terms of geography, in terms of reaching different areas. And the other thing, in addition to geography, is responding to different crises, right? Different focus areas. I mean, food security, cholera outbreak, and other things. So And that's flexibility is something that we take pride of, because we're able to respond in very challenging situation in Darfur, very complex. But this is not us alone. We're also utilizing the knowledge and the skills of the local partners that we're also very proud of working with. Now coming to the questions, the next question then become what to pick, right? Because the model is flexible, but then we're also having a limited capacity in terms of where to work and what focus areas that we should focus on. So for right now, we're focusing on food security. This is something that we have a very extensive experience in, and we're able to do although again and again, and that's something we want to continue for the next year. The second thing is cholera and outbreak response. So it's something we're going to focus on the next year. And the third thing is establishing the ADRI Center in Chad, which is going to be a huge infrastructure expansion in our interventions there. It will enable us to, of course, expand our local partners network and also our focus areas. So these are three things that we're focusing on next year. The fourth thing is the women's health, which was already something that we've been doing in the last years, in the previous years, and now we're reviving the program. We're still working on the plan. However, sure, it includes HIV, for example, testing and post-exposure prophylaxis. It also includes trauma support for women who have JBV, who have been experienced JBV. It also includes training midwives at the community level to be able to work with those affected women. So this is a huge plan. However, we're still looking for partners to work with us in terms of funders who will be able to give us resources. And at the same time, we're still expanding our local partners on the ground to be able to fill all of those gaps. In terms of education, and that's a really very good question. For right now, we're focusing on education throughout our centers. So that's the thing that we're now doing. We're prioritizing working through centers, including the Darfur Center in Port Sudan, which we established more than 2 years ago, and now recently in Gadaref. And maybe we'll be able to replicate the same experience in Adri Chad. However, we also recognize working with universities and advocacy work in terms of education is really resource intense. And I think the experience that we had through the Darfur Center for Learning was really very impactful and meaningful, and something that we want to continue. Last, I wanted to just conclude with that this meeting represents Together for Sudan. I mean, as you can see, there are a lot of organizations who have different focus areas. So they got to work in education, we work on something else. Of course, I think no one organization or no one individual could fill all of the gap that's happening in Sudan, in Darfur or other areas. So that's why we're bringing people together. We're trying as much as possible by coming together to try to fill the gaps that each one alone could not fill. So that's just my answer to most of the questions. I will leave the rest for my colleagues in Selma. And also, I think, Baha, if you can talk more on the coordination at the local partners on the ground, and also the accessibility issue, cross-border accessibility question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Baha, do you want to talk to the coordination effort?
Yeah, thank you so much for this question. The coordination effort in the ground, we have two levels of coordination effort. Most of the organizations, they have an intervention there in Darfur. Mostly they are attending the coordination clusters in the state level, and some of them they are attending the meeting in national level. But mostly they create a coordination level in the ground level. Now, if I speak about Tawila, there we have a local coordination meeting between all the organizations that make intervention in the sector. For the WASH sector, they have a lead from the international organization and will attend by all organizations that are working under the WASH. And also for health, we have a local cluster there, and also they created like different level of the coordination in the different areas. Even now in South Darfur, we are making an intervention under the WASH. There are a WASH cluster in South Darfur in Nile, and also it conduct locally there. And also regarding FSL, the FSL, they have like a coordination living, and they create the WhatsApp group, and all the organizations have interventions they use to share their intervention to avoid duplication and overlap. And I think from my side, the coordination there is somehow good, and it's guide to make like wise intervention, and also intervention based on the data, and also based on the collaboration. This is regarding collaboration and coordination levels there. And also I want to jump to the question which was asked by someone, and it's a very important question. When the Tom Fletcher reached to visit Al-Fashir, he wasn't accessed inside Al-Fashir because he even restricted by RSF. Just he went there to Korma. This is the final destination he reached. And we have teams there in Korma. We have like a small team there. They are providing food for those people, fleet from Al-Fashir. And he met with them, but also the meeting, it's not separately from the other authorities. Therefore, the humanitarian practitioner wasn't be able to share all the data with him. And also the other thing, he visit like some centers there, meaning the centers for healthcare, and the emergency room where was managed by emergency room. He met some people, and also his visit is not for a long time. He returned back, and also after that we heard he did like a statement. And also the good things we heard that he said that the fund, and also the numbers of the IDPs is very huge, and he advocate for the more fund to cover the gap there. Overall, just I want to say that we hope that Dr. Fletcher, when he reached there, to go inside the fashion, because if he went there, he will find like many information about the atrocity and also the violation conducted for the civilian, but unfortunately he was restricted by RSF, and he returned back from there. Also, I want to jump very quickly for the education, and I want to highlight for something. Now, if we focus on official education, there are no any kind of official education there. And the place where people, they flee the several area from the past, they don't have schools, there are no any kind of infrastructure regarding the educations. And now we are speaking about, in one school, they have like 6 classes in each level. In second, like level 1, they have 6 classes, level 2, 6 classes. And also one class have more than 190. This is in Tawila. We have Save the Children only. They try to intervene here in this chapter. But also they are doing like unofficial education. Just they collect some childs, and they can get them like a time to go out from the trauma, something like that. This chapter is very important to advocate about, and also to think about very creatively, because for a long time, as my colleague mentioned, that maybe after 5 years, we will have like very huge number of the illiterate people, especially I'm speaking about the children, and also about the boys, especially because most of them now out of the school, and now they are working in a market to get like to help their families. And most of them, they are child, and also this can get under the child level. Over.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Baha. Thank you, Fatima, for all the insights that you provided from the work you're doing. Thank you to all the people who asked. These are critical questions. These are all good conversations. I think to wrap up this session, I will give Dr. Pamela the opportunity to reflect on what she has heard and give us some closing remarks for this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Khalid.
No, I'm sorry. Just I wanted to before closure. Sorry, Khalid and Pamela. I want to thank also MohamedKhair from here. MohamedKhair provide us grants to support cholera response in Tawila, and they have recently approved $20,000 a grant for us to set up a mobile clinic in Tawila. So their partnership throughout this year have really been meaningful and impactful. We're really grateful for them. Over to you, Pamela.
Thank you, Mohammed.
I almost don't know what to say because we're sitting here in this beautiful room talking about what is happening in a place many of you know and love, and I know and love as well. And we're comfortable here. And we know that our sisters and brothers there are far from comfortable. But I'm encouraged by this discussion because it's not theoretical. It's not about, well, what should be done? How in the world are we going to mobilize the resources to do it? It's a discussion from a very local organization that has been working and doing things in Darfur for a long time, from an association of diaspora who have not only mobilized themselves to provide support for services and delivery of food and responded to each and every crisis that is coming along in Sudan, but also has raised awareness of the situation in Sudan. And I think we would all agree here that this is a conflict that has been very much ignored by the rest of the world, whether that's for reasons of convenience or just ignorance. But what happened in Darfur 2 weeks ago was so horrific that it seems to have waked some people up around the world. And I think we see some responses locally in the US from student groups, from mosques, from community groups, because they're realizing how, what has happened and how they can help. So I just want to thank everybody who participated in this panel and all of you who are working so hard to mobilize even small amounts of resources, but also to raise awareness of the situation. And we're really delighted that Selma will be establishing itself there on the border in Chad. I think that's quite important to have a Sudanese-based organization over there to know how to respond there. So thank you all very much. A lot of these questions that came up about health services, education, about gender-based violence, about so many things are also really important in the next session on East Sudan as well. So stay with us. We can't solve all the problems here today, but it's really inspiring to know that a lot of people are really trying. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for this great discussion. I believe we can move to our next session. Okay.
Okay, so I think, Fatima, you're moderating the next one, right? Yeah. Mohammed Sadiq, wasn't there going to be a video from ADC?
Yes.
Okay, can you play it from your end?
Okay, just 1 minute.
Okay. While the video is being presented, I will start by introducing our first speaker, Gandhi Azain from ADC organization. Gandhi Azain is Systems Development Consultant at the Al-Ishraq Organization Development and Consultation, which is mainly a Sudanese NGO that was founded in 2010 and was active across Kassala, Gadaref, and Red Sea states. Also, ADC delivers multi-sector humanitarian support, including emergency help, nutrition, wash, and food security services for displaced and vulnerable communities. Also, ADC partners with SAMA in our medical supplies importation program, which is made to help and ensure life-saving supplies reach facilities and communities in East Sudan. They will speak today about their experience delivering humanitarian relief in Eastern Sudan. Yes, we can hear.
في بعض الأماكن يصبح العادي حلما مؤجلا، كأن تشرب ماء دون عناء، أن تجد وجبة في موعدها، أو أن ترى طفلك يخرج للمدرسة دون أن تسأل كيف سترسل المصروف غدا. في أماكن أخرى تصبح هذه التفاصيل الصغيرة مشاريع كاملة، خطط تنسج وطرقات تقطع وأياد تمد من بعيد فقط ليبقى العادي ممكنا. الحرب لا تطرق الأبواب، لكنها تطفئ المواقد وتعطل الأرزاق. توقف الكثيرون عن العمل ونزحوا من بيوتهم، وضاقت الحياة وباتت الطاولات عامرة بالرجاء لا بالطعام، حتى دخل الشركاء من أبواب الخير. لم تنطق الأرض، لكنها أهدت صمتها لأكياس ثقيلة ملأت الفراغ، فما عاد في البيت جوع ولا على المائدة حياة، وما عادت الحاجة ثوبا يرتق، بل صارت الأيدي هي التي تخيط وتصلح وتمهد للماء طريقه، كأن الحياة تعلمت أن تنهض نفسها بنفسها.
ناس تم تدريبهم وهم بيجوا يشتغلوا في مناطقهم وبينشغلوا في مناطقهم وصياناتهم لمحطة المياه، اشتغلوا شغل تنمية كبير وبنوا المدارس.
حين خرج الناس من بيوتهم لا يحملون إلا خطواتهم، لم يكن المكان هو السؤال، بل كيف نبدأ من جديد. فامتد الخيط من يد إلى خيمة، ومن عود إلى مأوى، بني ببساطة المواد وعمق النية. لم تكن الخيام وحدها ما نصب، بل نصبت حولها أسباب الطمأنينة. وفي الداخل لم يكن الفراغ وحده، بل ما يشير بهدوء إلى أن الحياة يمكن أن تبدأ من هنا. وهكذا لم تكن استجابة عابرة، بل سكن يكفيهم ويكون لهم بيتا إلى أن يعودوا إلى بيوتهم.
والله أوانة أوانة وأوانة وأوانة.
ليست أرقاما، بل بيوتا امتلأت بالحياة، وأياد امتدت بلطف، وقلوبا اطمأنت. كان الطين هو الماء، وكان الصبر أطول من المسافة. كانت الأرض تبكي والناس تبحث عن الحياة في حفرة ملوثة. ثم جاءت الإشراق ومدت يديها، حفرت، نقت، أوصلت. أكثر من 250,000 شخص شربوا أول شربة نقية بعد سنوات كانت المياه فيها تعني المعاناة.
الموية السمحة والموية الصالحة نشكرهم شكر شديد. الموية الحمد لله استفدنا منها للشراب وللبهايم ولكل القرية، وما شاء الله استفادة شديدة.
الصحة ليست ترفا ولا رفاها، بل هي أول المعارك وأهم شروط النجاة. في 3 مراكز صحية تنشط بدعم من شركاء الاستجابة، لم يكن الأمر مجرد خدمات علاجية، بل إعادة تأسيس لفكرة الرعاية نفسها. أن يشعر المريض أن له مكانا، وأن الطبيب ليس غريبا، وأن الألم يقابل بالاهتمام لا بالإهمال. أما التغذية فلم تقدم باعتبارها حصن، بل بوصفها استعادة لحق نزع من أفواه الأطفال. كانت الوجبات العلاجية وبرامج الكشف المبكر والحوارات مع الأمهات كلها تعني شيئا واحدا: لا نريد أن نطفئ حرائق الجوع فحسب، بل أن نمنع اندلاعها أصلا.
لا والله استفدت منها هذه ما شاء الله، استفدت حاجات كثيرة منها. يعني احنا كان زمان وحسي ما واحد، هسه التوعية بقت أكثر وأكثر.
ثمة أشياء لا تقاس فقط بعدد المشاريع، بل بقدرتك على أن تنمو دون أن تفقد ملامحك. في زمن كان فيه البقاء صعبا، اختارت المنظمة أن تتطور، أن تفتح أبوابا جديدة في الداخل، وأن تمد جسورا أعمق مع الخارج. من استقلال مكتب كسل إلى افتتاح فرع في ولاية الجزيرة، كانت خطوات صغيرة على الورق، لكنها أتاحت للميدان أن يتنفس، وللمركز أن يركز على الرؤية لا الزحام. وفي الميدان لم تكن المنظمة وحدها، أمسكت بأيدي شركاء من دول لم تبخل: الكويت، البحرين، المملكة العربية السعودية. ثم وسعت يدها فصافحت مؤسسات كبرى: يونيسيف، IOM، بلان، كوبي، أكتد، PUI. هذه الشراكات لم تكن مجرد توقيعات، بل كانت أبوابا لمد المساعدة لمعسكرات لم تكن مرئية، ولأناس طال انتظارهم لصوت يسمعهم. حين تثق بك المنظمات وتطرق أبوابك دول، فهذا يعني أن الأرض التي تعمل فيها لم تعد فقط مسرحا للأزمات، بل ساحة حقيقية لصناعة الأثر.
في ختام الورشة التدريبية قائم عليها منظمة الإشراق في مراكز الإيواء والمجتمع المحلي، فكانت مشاركة فعالة جدا، ضمت حوالي 100 فرد من المعسكرات بتاعت النازحين.
حين يضيق الدرب على من لا ظهر لهم، وحين تفتد الطفولة كتفها الأول، لا شيء يعوض الغياب، لكن الأثر حين يزرع بلطف قد ينبت سكينة في قلب صغير.
توزيع الحقيبة المدرسية اليوم ليس كأداة تعليمية فقط، بل هو رمزا للأمل والطموح ومساعدة الأيتام في تكملة ومواصلة مسيرتهم التعليمية حتى يكونوا فاعلين وصالحين في المجتمع.
يشكل المتطوعون عصب الحراك الميداني للمنظمة، فهم الأذرع التي تنفذ، والعيون التي ترصد، والقلوب التي تعطي دون مقابل دعما للمشروعات والمسوحات وكل نداء إنساني.
نحن حقيقة في منظمة الإشراق بنأصل العمل الطوعي اللي هو بيقوم أصلا في إطار إنك تأهل المتطوع ده لحد ما يتدرج يصل لإسطاب بتاع توظيف في العمل الإنساني.
في قلب كل أزمة هناك من يعد نفسه لليوم التالي: الورش، الملتقيات، مهارات الاتصال، الذكاء الاصطناعي، كتابة التقارير. كانت مساحات للتأهيل وسط الركام، تقول للمستقبل: نحن مستعدون.
مهارات الاتصال الفعال هي جزء من منظومة من الدورات التي نستهدف بها العاملين في المنظمة، وكذلك الشركاء وكل المتعاونين والمجتمعات القائدين. الهدف منها ترقية الأداء والمواكبة، وكذلك الإيفاء بمتطلبات المانحين فيما يتعلق بالتطوير المؤسسي والارتقاء بالأداء.
ما كتب هنا ليس حكاية نجاح ولا بحثا عن تصفيق، بل أثر بسيط خلفته نوايا كبيرة، أثر قد لا يظهر في العناوين، لكنه يبقى في قلب بيت عاد الماء إليه، وفي كف صغيرة أمسكت قلمها من جديد.
Alright, فالفيديو ده كان منظمة الإشراق organization. So to give you more background, we used to send a number of containers of medical supplies to Sudan. They kind of went into hiatus after the war broke out. As you could see from the video, they do a lot of work with King Salman Humanitarian Relief Fund. They have experience in clearing and distributing medical supplies. So we have an MOU with Al-Ishraq to distribute containers of medical supplies that we ship to Sudan. So we're hopeful that in 2026, we're going to go back with the next container with Al-Ishraq as our implementing partner. We already have a few donors lined up, and we actually got an email from an organization in Canada who are actually going to pay for the shipping. So we're going to meet with them, and hopefully before the end of 2026, inshallah, container 7 will be in Sudan. So because of the interest of time, we'll just go ahead to the next speaker, so you can go ahead and introduce them.
Okay, our next speaker is Dr. Ibrahim Bani. He's a public health physician with more than 20 years of experience in international public health. He also has an extensive academic and teaching career, holding faculty position at leading institution in the Middle East, Africa, and the United States. His past roles includes assistant and associate professor of community health at King Saud University at Saudi Arabia and a lecturer at Jazeera Medical School in Sudan. He's known for his innovative community-based training. He also has contributed to multiple national training programs sponsored by WHO, USAID, and the government of Saudi Arabia, Sudan, and Iraq. And also he has served in part-time of visiting roles at George Washington University, the University of Illinois Chicago, and the American University of Beirut. Currently, Dr. Bani is an associate professor at the College of Medicine in Ajman University, UAE, and holds adjunct associate professor appointments in global and chronic disease epidemiology at Emory University Rollins School of Public Health and Yale School of Public Health. So welcome, Dr. Ibrahim.
First, I'd like to thank Sama for giving me this opportunity and inviting me to this important meeting. Actually, I started my career in Darfur. After finishing my housemanship, I started my career as a medical officer in Nile District Hospital. And after 2-3 years, I joined Jazeera Medical School. And after that, I left Sudan in 1988. Since this time, I haven't been back to Sudan until 2004. Then I maintained my contact and being every year in Sudan. And as one of the diaspora, I would like to talk what's the role of diaspora in humanitarian work. And I have been in encounter with many of these organizations in some sort of another. First, the scene in general, now you are familiar with it, that a conflict started in April 2023 with over 12 million people who are displaced, whether inside the country, around 10 million, and 4 million outside the country, almost 2 million in Egypt, and the others in Chad, Uganda, and Ethiopia. There is over 25 million also, they have food insecurity problems, and there is collapse of the health system, 17 million children out of school, health workers are displaced and fragmented, and some of them left the country. And starvation is not only a symptom, it was used as a weapon. And you have seen it in the siege of Al-Fashir for about 600 days, and where starvation used as a weapon. Why diaspora matter? Why we are talking about diaspora? First, they have an opportunity for bridging funding. They get funding from and bridge it to Sudan. They have the expertise. They have the role of having opportunities for partnership across borders from different countries. They go to rapid response, working with local organizations, as we have seen today. They support workforce training. And we have seen today a lot of work have been done by SAMA and advocacy also. And globally, there are about more than 20,000 Sudanese doctors all over the world, especially in UK, Gulf, Europe, and US, and Canada. And these, they have very good or deep emotional ties with Sudan. Still, everybody, even their children and their grandchildren. Why? They are hope or agents of hope. Sudanese physicians, they are the lifeline for millions now. Many, they're supporting millions of families outside the country, affecting by the conflict. They look they have a moral duty and the mission for them. They have the skills, they have the solidarity, and they restore the trust in the health system in Sudan. They have field missions. Even recently, I have from Qatar doctors and also from UK, you have Salamat, they have been in Marawi. Teleconsultations had been done during this conflict, different time zones. What are the key organizations here in diasporas? Include the Sudanese Doctor Union in UK and Sudanese Doctor Association in Qatar, Sudanese Doctor Association physician in Australia and New Zealand, and also Sudanese Doctor Union of Ireland, Canada, and we have in US, we have two big organizations, SAPA and SAMA. And we have in the Gulf another organization, the Committee for Sudan Doctors in the Gulf, CIDRO, this is a US Sudan group, Salamat, UK charity. So they are different and a lot of, and they're a long list. And these are the main ones with whom I have been some contacts and encounters, include the Sudanese doctor in UK. They're mainly a platform linking their global expertise with delivery of services to the Sudan, including different missions. We have Saba also. This is Sudanese American, recently started. They have the same platform. We have Sama, been long time doing a lot of work in Sudan, the platform for global thinking and expertise. We have the Qatar, Sudanese Doctor Association in Qatar, also the fostering professional growth, and recently they have a mission of urologists in Sudan. And you have the Sudanese Committee of Doctors in here mainly in Saudi Arabia and here in Australia. And recently I met the head of the president of this group in Australia and New Zealand. CIDRO, this is working on development. They have this rapid response, especially during cholera and other conflicts. And all these organizations, they have different functions. They either work for emergency health services or providing medical supplies or working for protection. I have seen today in advocacy and SAMA, I'm doing a lot of work, community support. And these are some activities. I will give you examples. Reconstruction mainly is workforce development and mentoring. And SAMA is doing a great deal of this part of mentoring, CBDs, training, service, restoring primary health care. Some of the organizations, they restoring health services, rehabilitation of hospitals, health centers. Telehealth has been done by most of these organizations. Governance, they are having quality control improvement. Contribution of Diaspora include Paris, they have associations. They recently we have elections in Qatar, Doha. These are very important to have an association to help in providing services. Medical relief missions. A lot of missions have been recently in Sudan. And I have been following up now a mission in Uganda by a group from Gulf and UK. Mental health and trauma by some groups. Also, infrastructure rehabilitation is going on. And their engagement with medical schools now. An example today from Sama with medical school like Al-Ahfad. And also online consultations through telehealth. I know many groups and even some at individual level, they have developed this telehealth consultation, even helping their families. Diaspora-led donation drives are going on. CME education via Zoom, a lot of courses, as we have seen in Selma. Cross-border repair support, also fundraising, resource mobilization. This is done by all groups. Virtual program like Yale Sudan program. This is through partnership between Yale School of Public Health and 4 Sudanese universities, including Khartoum, Jazeera, Nile, and Ahfad University, and the Ministry of Health, the Institute of Public Health, supporting this place with mobile clinics, nutrition, NCDs, as we have seen. And there is a humanitarian effort. This is one of the organizations in Kampala. I was in Kampala 2 months ago, visited this Sudan Doctor for Peace. This is a new organization by a group in UK and the Gulf. And these days, now they are in Kampala, they have a mission. They have done about 7 missions within 1 year. So what a good support looks like as an organization. First, to have a pool funding, to pool your fund from different resources. Then you have a local partner for implementation of projects, and this overseen by a technical, because you have the technical expertise, usually from the diaspora. All of them, they are high skilled professionals and indicators how to know about your project that you need, how many people you have reached, what facilities you have supported, whether health centers, hospitals, how many staff you trained, whether your service is continuing, and so on. And usually you look forward and to continue through formal MOUs with the local partners or international partners. And then we shared monitoring and evaluation framework is very important. What's the future direction? First, that there should be institutionalization of diaspora engagement, because there is really everybody is working in different waves. So institutionalization is very important. Now the Ministry of Health, Federal Ministry, they have, I think, a unit now at the International Health Department called Diaspora Unit. And now they're creating this unit to make things more refined. And also there is a need to create a global health observatory to know and to track what's going in, what's going out, and to know who is doing what, because sometimes there is a lot of duplication of work. And we have to prepare ourselves for post-conflict medical education. Now the system has changed. And this conflict has a lot of lessons to learn from it. A call for action that when system fail, it is the people who rebuild it. We are, especially diaspora, have a big responsibility, and this responsibility doesn't end with this conflict. It will be a long term, it will be forever responsibility. So all these organizations should be unified and working together. And there is a big need for investing in health, telehealth especially, and education, and seeking a non-traditional donations now. What's happening in the world now since Trump took over? Everything went upside down because 20% of the budget of the UN and WHO is from US. And this has affected many organizations. So we should work now on non-traditional donations or funding, and even on self. And now in Africa, there is a call for that, to be self-dependent rather than always depend on UN and other traditional organizations.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bani. So I think I'll just give a comment, and then we can leave all the questions till the very end because we're short in time. So I think when it comes to the issue of collaboration, it is from Sam's perspective, that's kind of been integral to our mission. We've always been open to collaboration, and you probably saw our implementation model, which relies on collaboration. طيب كده, how is it now? Now it's better? Okay. So I think collaboration is integral to our the work we do. And before the war, we actually had our medical supplies program was very popular. We had collaborated at different times. I think once with SDO Ireland, once with Sudak, and we actually had one container, which was the third container, that was with Sadaqat. And we had a big coalition of organizations. I'm not sure if you remember it or not, when ASAPA, they launched the COVID-19 response, and we were part of that, and our role was to ship containers. So collaboration is a bilateral thing. So you have to collaborate with another entity which is willing to collaborate with you. You can't collaborate with someone who does not necessarily feel the same way. So that's kind of a way to answer your specific call to action. Having said that, our door is always open. We're always welcoming. One thing we discovered as we got more experience from the outbreak of war, and also internally, is to find the ecosystem where you fit the most. One thing we realized was that our work within the food and security cluster, within the WHO health cluster, was extremely successful. And actually, it had a win-win relationship. So I give one example. When there was flooding in Al-Fao, nobody knew about Al-Fao. Nobody heard about it. We were the only organization that did food security there. And when we reported the cluster was really appreciative that they shared, because they did the initial assessment and there was no other organization intervening. And that's when we went in with Alrofaqaa. So with our model, we were able to intervene in an area which nobody heard about. Everybody responded to the cholera outbreak in Khartoum. But before that, a few months before that, there was a big cholera outbreak in Kosti. Not as big as Khartoum, but again, we were the only people working there from the diaspora. Our implementing partners were Kuluna Qiyam and another small organization called Dawaina. So by being within the cluster, we're able to reach areas which don't make it to Facebook. Because, Facebook is biased towards a certain segment of the population, very hyper-focused on Khartoum, very hyper-focused on healthcare. But when we're part of these two clusters, we have a more broader view. The same applies to our strategy in Darfur. It's a more of a long-term strategy and a short-term strategy. So that's kind of how we look at things and how we'd see the future. But having said that, if there is a collaborative culture, we're happy to be part of it.
Good. Thank you.
Fatima, you want to introduce the next speaker? I think our next speaker is going to be Alrofaqaa organization.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ibrahim Bani. Our next speaker is Mohammed Elshaib from Alrofaqaa Charity Organization for Sustainable Development. Alrofaqaa is a Sudanese non-profit, volunteer-based organization headquartered in Khartoum State, working across humanitarian and community development sectors, including food assistance, clean water, health support, education, orphan care, and emergency response, guided by values such as humanity, neutrality, responsibility, transparency, justice, and equality. Over years, Alrofaqaa has delivered high-impact community-centered interventions, including expanding access to safe water through water sanctions and water stations and well-related projects. They also supported education through school rehabilitation and learning supplies and sustaining food support programs, including large-scale Ramadan food basket distribution that reached thousands of families across multiple states. Alrofaqaa also is a strategic partner of SAMA in Gadaref and Khartoum states. Together, we delivered urgent food assistance to vulnerable families in Gadaref, and we also supported the cholera outbreak response in Khartoum, demonstrating the strength of locally led, partnership-based humanitarian action. Today, Mohammed Elshaib will share his experience, offering practical insight on community-driven response and effective field implementation.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين، الحضور الكرام، ممثلين المنظمات، شركاء العمل الإنساني. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدنا ويشرفنا نحن منظمة الرفقاء أن نلتقي بكم في اليوم في هذا المؤتمر الذي يجمعنا على هدف نبيل وقضية واحدة، هي خدمة الإنسان وصون كرامته في ظل الظروف الصعبة التي تمر بها مجتمعاتنا. إن العمل الإنساني لا يقوم على الجهود الفردية، بل يزدهر بالشراكة ويتعزز بالتعاون ويثمر عندما تتلاقى القلوب قبل الأيدي. من هذا المنطلق نتقدم بخالص الشكر والتقدير لكل المنظمات التي شاركت معنا ووقفت جنبا إلى جنب في ميادين العطاء، وساهمت بصدق في تخفيف المعاناة ودعم الأمن الغذائي والوصول للفئات الأكثر احتياجا. لقد أثبتتم أن التضامن الإنساني ليس شعارا يرفع بالممارسة الحقيقية والمسؤولية الأخلاقية ورسالة سامية تتجاوز الحدود والاختلافات. نجدد في منظمة الرفقاء التزامنا بمواصلة العمل المشترك وتعزيز الشراكات الفاعلة وتطوير البرامج التي تحقق أثرا مستداما، آملين أن يكون هذا المؤتمر خطوة جديدة نحو مزيد من التنسيق والتكامل وخدمة الإنسان أينما كان. شكرا لحضوركم وشكرا لعطائكم، ونسأل الله أن يوفقنا جميعا في الخير والإنسانية. أدعوكم لمشاهدة فيديو قصير لبعض إنجازات المنظمة والشراكات التي تمت، لكن قبل الفيديو في هدايا حتتوزع لكم إن شاء الله للحضور الكريم. بعد ذلك نواصل إن شاء الله.
بذرة خفية غرسها رجل في صمت ووقار. رحل معاوية الشايب فانكشف السر في سرادق العزاء، وفد قوم لم تعرفهم أسرة معاوية. سألوهم من أنتم؟ فأجابوا بدمع: نحن أسر كان يكفلها معاوية في سريرته. أمام هذا السر العميق قررت الأسرة أن لا ينقطع الخير بانتهاء العمر، بل أن يصير بذرة متجددة. فاستمروا في الكفالة وبدأوا في إطلاق المشاريع. كانت تلك لحظة العهد الأول، ومن ضوء تلك اللحظة انبثقت مسيرة الرفقاء في عام 2014، حينما قرر أطباء سودانيون مغتربون في الرياض أن يسندوا هذا العمل، فتوحدت الأيادي من الخليج إلى كندا وأستراليا، وتأسست الرفقاء على عهد واحد: أن نكون رفقاء لأجل الوطن. كان عهدهم أن لا يترك اليتيم لغدر الزمان، فتنادوا حتى بلغ عدد الأيتام المكفولين 450 روحا صغيرة كدفعة أولى. منظمة الرفقاء الخيرية للتنمية المستدامة لم تكتفي بالمال، بل بكفالة المستقبل، فملك الرفقاء الأمهات مشاريع تعيد إليهن فخر العطاء، من الركشة إلى ماكينات الخياطة وغيرها. ثم كان مشروع السقيا. نذروا أنفسهم لمقاومة العطش، فمدوا أيديهم لبناء ما يزيد عن 90 بئرا ارتوازية مدعومة بالطاقة الشمسية في مختلف ولايات السودان، لتروى العباد وتحيا الأرض. وفي مجال الصحة كانت الشراكة لإنشاء مركز صحي متكامل في قرية أبجيرة، إيمانا بأن القرى والأطراف هي الأصل. وفي زمن الطوارئ، حينما داهم فيضان العام 2020 البلاد، كانت إغاثتهم سريعة وسلال الغذاء أسرع. ثم أتى زلزال الحرب، فكانت عاصفة تمرد قوات الدعم السريع التي دهمت المدن ولم تعرف حرمة ولا حشمة. أياد تسللت في الظلام، مارست قسوتها وانتهكت كل عهد، مخلفة وراءها الجرائم في حق المواطن الأعزل. أمام هذا المأتم أدرك الرفقاء أن عهدهم أصبح أثقل من أن ينكسر، فتحولوا إلى خطة طارئة عنوانها البقاء أولاً. آمنت الرفقاء بأن الشراكة هي الجسر الأمتن للوصول إلى الناس، فتعاونت مع مفوضية العون الإنساني وصندوق إعانة المرضى، وتلاقت جهودها مع لجنة الأطباء بالخليج وجمعية الأطباء بأستراليا. وقد تجلت هذه الشراكة في أبهى صورها عبر الشراكة الاستراتيجية مع الرابطة الطبية السودانية الأمريكية ساما، حيث أثمر هذا التعاون عن تنفيذ مجموعة من المشاريع الحيوية والميدانية. تركز الجهد الأعظم على الإطعام، حقائب غذائية في شهر رمضان كانت أشبه بقطعة نجاة في لجة الجوع. أقاموا التكايا التي صارت أمهات النازحين والمحاصرين، وحين تسلل برد الشتاء وزعوا الكسوة على 331 طفلا كدفعة أولى لئلا ينام طفل وهو عار من الدفء. وفي خضم الفوضى ظلوا يحرسون آخر ما يمكن إنقاذه، كرامة الطلاب المعسرين من دفع الرسوم، فمدوا أيديهم ليظل خيط العلم موصولا. إنها حكاية رفقاء من السودان رفضوا أن تبتلع المتاهة أبناءهم، وحيثما يكون العطاء يكون خير الرفقاء.
طيب، بعد ما شفنا الفيديو نتكلم عن نشأة المنظمة. كانت ضربة البداية في عام 2014 من أطباء الملك سعود بالرياض مستشفى السميسي، حيث انطلقت منها فكرة التأسيس وبناء الأعضاء، ثم لاحقا تشمل الأطباء والطبيبات السودانيين في كل دول العالم ودول الخليج، أستراليا، نيوزيلندا، ايرلندا، كندا، الأمم المتحدة والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. وتشمل عضوية المنظمة خارج القطاع الطبي الكثير من المنتسبين وأصحاب مساهمات دورية، فكانوا رفقاء للخير رفقاء للعطاء. تأسست المنظمة بهدف تقديم الدعم الإنساني والتنموي للمجتمعات الهشة والفئات الضعيفة، بالتركيز على برامج التنمية المستدامة، سبل كسب العيش، كفالة الأيتام، وتمكين النساء المعيلات من خلال برنامج التدريب والمشاريع الصغيرة. تم تسجيلها بمفوضية العون الإنساني الاتحادية، ومن ثم توسعت المنظمة وأصبحت لديها مكاتب ميدانية فرعية بأغلب ولايات السودان. طيب، الولايات التي تغطيها منظمة الرفقاء: الولاية الشمالية وولاية البحر الأحمر، ولاية نهر النيل، كسلا والخرطوم وشمال دارفور والجزيرة والقضارف سنار والنيل الأبيض والنيل الأزرق، 11 ولاية. البرامج الأساسية للمنظمة: سقي الماء، الأيتام، والصحة، وسبل كسب العيش، والإطعام، والتعليم. دور المنظمة بقطاع المياه والإصلاح البيئي والنظافة: تعمل الرفاق ضمن قطاع المياه والإصلاح البيئي على تعزيز الوصول إلى خدمات آمنة ومستدامة للمياه نظيفة، غير أننا نولي اهتماما خاصا لمشروعات السقي الماء نظرا للحاجة الملحة التي تشهدها ولايات السودان، وتزايد معاناة المجتمعات من شح المياه. تركز المنظمة على تنفيذ حلول عملية تشمل حفر الآبار، وتركيب أنظمة الطاقة الشمسية، وتنفيذ نطاق مياه آمنة للمجتمعات المحلية. يهدف العمل بقطاع الصغر والجهود المبذولة لتخفيف أعباء البحث عن مياه وتوفير مصادر مياه آمنة نقية، بحيث تساهم في صمود المجتمعات في ظل الظروف الإنسانية والبيئية الحالية. دي بعض الصور للمشاريع التي تمت.
أول مشروع لنا كان انطلق في 2017 لحفر الآبار. لحد الآن تم حفر 191 بئر بمختلف ولايات السودان. دي التفاصيل للآبار التي تم حفرها على ولايات السودان. بالنسبة لكفالة الأيتام، بدأت من 2014 يتم حاليا تم كفالة 1600 يتيم، 1615 يتيم. دي من البرامج التي تقوم بها المنظمة. ففي دور قطاع الصحة والطوارئ الصحية، تعمل المنظمة على دعم القطاع الصحي وتدخل من خلال تحسين فرص الوصول إلى الخدمات الصحية العلاجية والوقائية، خاصة في المناطق التي تعاني من ضعف الهياكل الصحية وارتفاع الاحتياجات الإنسانية. في 2017 انطلقت مشاريع سبل كسب العيش. تم تمليك 350 مشروع منتج، 350 مشروع. في 2016 انطلقت توزيع السلال الغذائية في 6000 سلة غذائية تم توزيعها خلال الموسم كرتون فرحة صايم في الطوارئ. تم التبرع ب 350 عجل من الأبقار في المواسم 2025. تم توزيع أكثر من 100 رأس. دور المنظمة في التعليم، عملت منظمة الرفاه على تعزيز فرص التعليم عبر تدخلات مرهنة ساهمت على توفير مساحات تعليم جيدة، حيث دعمت المنظمة ونفذ مشاريع للإجلاس وإعادة تهيئة البيئة المدرسية ودعم الطلاب المتعثرين. كما أسهمت منظمة الرفاه في حماية حق التعليم في أضعف الظروف. تم دعم التعليم والهيئة المدرسية في 2020 15 من مشاريع الإجلاس وتهيئة البيئة الدراسية في ولايات السودان المختلفة. في 2014 أطلقت منظمة الرفاه مشروع العمر حفظ القرآن الكريم في أبريل 2024 تحت شعار أحفظ وأكفل طالب علم، وذلك بهدف ترسيخ العمل بالقرآن الكريم وتعزيز القيم وبناء روح التكافل عبر دعم الطلاب، حيث يتم تخصيص أعداد المشروع لكفالة طلاب العلم. يضم المشروع حاليا 14 مجموعة للكبار والفتيات والأطفال، وتشمل حلقات حفظ القرآن، التجويد، التفسير الميسر، متابعة منهج حفظ القرآن المدرسي. بواسطة عائلات المشروع تم بحمد الله كفالة 30 طالب جامعيا، يتم كفالتهم حاليا كفالة مباشرة. نجي لبرامج الاستجابة الطارئة. دور المنظمة في فترة الصراع من 2023 ل 25 حقائق وأرقام. خلال فترة الصراع وما صاحبها من انهيار الخدمات الأساسية وانعدام الأسواق وغياب الإمداد الغذائي، عملت المنظمة ليسمع دعم النازحين في المناطق الآمنة من خلال تنفيذ برامج طارئة مثل توزيع السلال الغذائية، توزيع الكسوة، توزيع عينات صحية، أدوية، محاليل، مستحركات طبية، الدعم المباشر للفئات الضعيفة. في ظل الظروف الاستثنائية ومع التحديات الغير مسبوقة التي واجهها السودانيين، ساهمت هذه التدخلات في تعزيز قدر وصمود المجتمعات المستهدفة. لعبت المنظمة دور محورين في الاستجابة للطوارئ الصحية عبر تدخلات سريعة وفعالة في وقت شهدت فيه البنية التحتية الطبية تدهورا حادا، نسبة اللي توقف العديد من المراكز الصحية والمستشفيات وانعدام الكوادر الطبية والإمداد الدوائي. تم الإجمالي ميزانية حق التدخل الطارئ قطاع الصحة 130 مليار، وعدد 2 غافلة صحية، وعدد 7 أيام صحية علاجية، واحد استجابة لتفشي مرض الكوليرا. الشراكات مع الجمعية الطبية السودانية الأمريكية في خدمة الأزمة الإنسانية المعقدة التي يمر بها السودان. بدأت الشراكة الاستراتيجية بين منظمة الرفاه للتنمية الاستدامة والجمعية الطبية السودانية الأمريكية ساما كنموذج مضي للعطاء والتكاتف. لم تكن هذه الشراكة مجرد تعاون عابر، بل كانت تحالفا قويا يهدف إلى إنقاذ الأرواح وتخفيف المعاناة في قطاعات حيوية متعددة، ليثبت أن الإدارة المشتركة قادرة على تحويل التحديات إلى إنجازات. لقد تجسدت هذه الشراكة في مشاريع نوعية شملت الاستجابة الطارئة للأوبئة وتعزيز الأمن الغذائي للنازحين وتوزيع المساعدات والإغاثة في ولايات متعددة مؤكدة على التزام الطرفين بتحقيق أثر مستدام وعميق. تعدد الأرقام لغة الإنجاز الأكثر وضوحا في هذه الشراكة رسمت الأرقام خريطة بالأثر عميق في مجالات الصحة والأمن الغذائي والإغاثة المباشرة. كان في مشروع استجابة الطارئة للكوليرا كان في يونيو 2025. ومشروع الإطعام الطارئ للنازحين في قرية الجموعية ولاية الخرطوم. المستفيدون المستهدفون من مشروع الإطعام 6000 فرد. عدد الوجبات اليومية المقدمة وجبتين. عدد مواقع الإطعام المباشر 3 مواقع. العدد التقديري للنازحين المستهدفين 10,000 مواطن. حجم الكتلة السكانية النازحة التي استدعت التدخل. أيضا تم التدخل في ولاية الغضارف. عدد التدخلات التي تم تنفيذها عدد 3 تدخلات. المستفيدين من المشروع 1174 مستفيد. عدد السلال الغذائية التي تم توزيعها 1174. تقدر كتلة المواد التي تم توزيعها 34,630 كيلوغرام. عدد المواقع التي خدمها المشروع 28 موقع. جملة النازحين 8,200 مستفيد. دي في ولاية القضارف. مشروع توزيع لحوم الأضاحي. المستفيدين من المشروع 180 مستفيد. عدد العجول التي تم ذبحها 7. تقدر كتلة اللحوم التي تم توزيعها 720 كيلو جرام. عدد المواقع التي خدمها المشروع 4 مواقع. جملة المستفيدين 1200 مستفيد. مشروع توزيع سلال الإغاثة والطارئة لمتضرري السيول بمحلية الفاو. السلال الغذائية التي تم توزيعها 445 مستفيد. عدد إجمالي المستفيدين 2670 مستفيد. الاستجابة الطارئة الإضافية 63. الموقع جرافة محلية الفاو. إن حجم الشراكة بين منظمة الرفقاء والجمعية الطبية السودانية الأمريكية كما يتضح من بيانات المشاريع والتدخلات هو شراكة ذات أثر مضاعف وتكامل متعدد جمعت بين الكفاءة اللوجستية والعمق الإنساني محققة إنجازات ملموسة في وقت قياسي ومؤكد على أن التعاون هو المفتاح لضمان استجابة فعالة ومستدامة للأزمات الإنسانية تغطي احتياجات الإنسان الأساسية من صحة وغذاء.
شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا
منظمة الرفقاء يعني excellent presentation وإن شاء الله يعني دائما نكون على حسن ظنكم. منظمة الرفقاء اشتغلنا مع بعض في الخرطوم في وباء الكوليرا وفي الفاو، فدوما لما نكون في استجابة في مناطق الشغال فيها الرفقاء بنجدكم خير العون وخير الرفيق. البرزنتيشن ان شاء الله ما كانت كامله لكن هننشرها في الوسائل وحتكون افيلبل لكل الناس ان شاء الله. وشكرا جزيلا على الهديه الجميله، يعني مفاجاه غير متوقعه. جزاكم الله خيرا.
Okay, thank you so much. As Dr. Salah said, we will be sharing, inshallah, the presentation because the time limit is very narrow. So now we will move to our next speaker, which is Dr. Yagoub Musa. Dr. Yagoub is a consultant cardiologist at King Saud Medical City in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. He is highly respected specialist in interventional cardiology and heart failure, known for combining deep clinical expertise with a strong commitment to health system development. He is a graduate of University of Jazeera. He went on to earn the MRCP UK and FRCP London and pursued advanced fellowship in Singapore and Zurich, which is a milestone that reflects both his vision and his dedication to building sustainable medical services. Today, we are honored to have Dr. Musa with us. He will speak about the restoring of health systems in Sudan, challenges, the opportunities, drawing on his clinical leadership and first-hand experience in system building. His perspective will help us think clearly about what rebuilding can look like and how we can shape a stronger, more resilient future for healthcare in Sudan.
First of all, thank you, Sama, for organizing this event, and particularly it is my very great pleasure to be part of this very impactful event, and always it is an honor to be part of some activities. And you might be asking why presentation about restoring health system is coming among these very impactful presentations about NGOs activities, which is I'm quite proud of. It's really very it touched me a lot to hear that people are doing a lot of this stuff. But you will be surprised that is part of the health system. Now, the definitions and the concept of health system, as we will see during this presentation, hopefully, is all about this. So all these interventions, including providing foods, providing some incomes, education, providing water supply to people, all this is part of the health system, in fact. So, I mean, 15 minutes is not enough, I know, but obviously I will try to go through the most important aspect of what we mean by restoring health system in Sudan. What are the challenges, and at the same time, what are the opportunities over there? So let us have just a snapshot about the health system in Sudan. And before going into the health system in Sudan, let us have some facts about Sudan population, which is obviously has a great impact on the health system we are looking for, as well as the burden that will be impacted on this health system. So now we are 40 plus million population in Sudan, and this is projected to reach more than 80 million in 2050. And most of our people, actually 2/3 of Sudanese people, are in the middle age, that is between age of 15 and 54. So now we are 40 plus, expected to be more, reaching double in 250. And 2/3 of our population are in the productive and middle age. This is quite important to take into consideration when planning a health system, as well as planning any service you are going to provide in a country. But despite of this, or coupled with this, now our life expectancy is something less than 60. So we are speaking about 58 or 59 years. That is the expected life one would live when he or she born. And that is actually it's quite low compared even with countries in the Middle Mediterranean region where we belong to, which is almost around 64, 65. And of course, this is far low from the international life expectancy, especially in Western countries where it reaches more than 70s. So despite we are in the middle age, our life expectancy is quite low. And this is also one of the favorite slide to me, because it showed the disease burden we have in Sudan. So on your right, you will see the communicable disease contributing by 44% of the diseases burden in Sudan, but also the non-communicable diseases contributed by 43.3%. So meaning in Sudan, we are facing both double burden of diseases. We are facing half of our problem are communicable disease and half of our problem are non-communicable disease. And this is quite paradoxical, to be honest, because in the countries where non-communicable disease is taking the lead, they already get out of communicable disease. But in Sudan, we are facing both communicable, like malaria, typhoid, tuberculosis, leishmaniasis, all of these communicable diseases, as well as non-communicable diseases like hypertension, diabetes, ischemic heart disease. And if you look on the left, you see what is the cause of death. Then, surprisingly, you will find ischemic heart disease, myocardial infarction is on the top, as well as by more than 80%, stroke contributing by more than 35%, and other communicable diseases like malaria, respiratory diseases, measles are contributing with good number to the cause of death. So this is quite important to understand, because when it comes to plan our health system, we really need to take this into account, because in my personal observations, most of the time we are, especially in the Minister of Health, Federal Minister, most of the time we are concentrating more of communicable disease, because history-wise, this is our disease burden. But honestly, we need to understand also non-communicable diseases are also a good player contributing to mortality and morbidity in our Sudan. As part of a snapshot, you can see our we are very shortage in the healthcare workers, including physicians and nurses. And when it comes to the way we deliver our health system, or the way we manage our health system in Sudan, then we speak about what you call 4 layers of management of the health system. So we have the federal level, where Minister of Health, Federal Minister of Health is leading this. We have the state level like Jazeera, Khartoum, North Kordofan, North Darfur. So this is the state level. We have a locality level, and we have a level at the health facilities, primary healthcare facilities, at the level of the rural areas. And this is actually, this system of management in Sudan is very old system. I mean, it's very deep in history. Despite the situation we have now, but we need to understand or to remember also, health system in Sudan is quite deep in history. So our health system is actually started before many of neighboring countries, and it is well established before many of the countries in the region now. But unfortunately, the way we manage this system, the way we are tackling our problems, now put us in the lower stage compared with other countries. Having said this, this is just a matter of fact. This is what we have, how we had managed our health system. But let's speak about before the war, what does the health system look like? This is quoted from the literature, and actually I quote this, and you can find it everywhere. Speak about the health system in Sudan, you will find the same phrasing. So it was underfunded, fragmented, and characterized by critical shortage in the healthcare workforce, as well as significant disparities in the access, quality, and affordability of care. And this is description is quite telling the fact our health system look like. It is underfunded. Just you should remember that is the government share is 6 to 8% of the budget for the healthcare. It is very fragmented, and there's extreme shortage of health workforces, especially between areas. So rural area versus urban area, Khartoum versus non-Khartoum, Jazeera versus other state. You will find a lot of disparities in the access and quality and even affordability of care. Just in 2019, our health worker force was very low compared with the standard of the WHO. WHO stated minimum is 22.8 healthcare worker to 100,000 million to 10,000 people. And also one of the very strong facts that we need to understand and to take into account, that is more than 95% of population had to be out of pocket for the healthcare service. And actually more than 70% of the health expenses coming from this out of pocket. So more than 95% of the people in Sudan paying from their pocket for the healthcare, and their contribution actually is more than 67% of the total expenses of the healthcare or the health service. And this is quite disastrous, and this is now one of the things really when we look into how we can restore or rebuild our health system, we really need to think about all of these facts, and really we need to look at how we can protect people from this out-of-pocket payment. Why is this? You'll be surprised why we have this sort of very disappointing health system in Sudan. If you go to you find a lot of plans actually are there. So just recently you will find a plan of Sudan National Health Policy from 17 to 2030, and accompanying there is care quality. There is another plan from 2020 to 2024. There is another country cooperation strategy between WHO and Sudan from 2022 to 2025. So in my opinion, it's not a matter of policies. It's not a matter of literature. It's not
5 minutes are left. I'm just giving you a heads
really
up.
okay. So when it look on in the war, how it impacts the health system, this is quite impactful and this is quite disastrous. WHO just reported 70% of public and private healthcare facilities were out of work by the end of the 2023. And also, there are a lot of burden when it comes to disease because new diseases have emerged, worsening of the communicable diseases, and they also increase vulnerability of individual living with non-communicable disease because most of this now Sudanese people living with hypertension, diabetes, chronic kidney disease, they don't have access to care, and you would expect them to be making more burden on the health system. Just looking at the WHO last report in March about the public health situation analysis, you can see all of what you have been speaking about. Million of people displaced internally, million displaced or displaced out of the country, and million of people that are facing malnutrition and shortage of food. And this is quite important also because it impacts our health system and the way we are looking. Do we need to restore our health system? I mean, we need to ask this. Do we need to restore the health system we have before the war? Or really we need to build a health system in Sudan? Because even before the war, our health system, despite the history we have, is not that impressive, is not that achieving the targets we are looking for. I know it's not that achieving the expectation of our people. So do we restore that system? I mean, do we come back to our system before, or we need to build a new system depending on what we have before? Health system, by definition, according to WHO, is everything you hear about. So the promotion of service, as well as NGOs activities, as well as all even other domain or determinant of health like education, good water supply, sanitation, all these contribute to the health system and in fact are part of the health system. And just going into, as you know, we have, this is what you call building block, but I want to concentrate on this. We really, if we need to think about building a health system for Sudan, we really need to think about people. So we really need to build our health system using this building blocks, the 6 building blocks, but it needs to be people-centered. And being a people-centered, meaning a lot in terms of health system planning and implementation. Personally, I believe our main issues in Sudan we are facing is the implementation of the policies we have. This is why I believe if we need to build a health system, really the most important thing to start with is the leadership and governance. This is very important, and you can go through a lot of issues relating to this, but I think this is a top priority if we speak about health system. Governance is the like a glue that holds all these blocks together. So governance, we can speak a lot about what governance meaning, but anyway, just opening ideas and opening spaces for discussion. We really, if we need to start about anything, I know people always concentrate on service provision or providing service like opening hospitals, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, this is important, but we really need to think about first, we need leadership and governance. We need, number two, I believe, we need to concentrate of health force, health care.
Mohammed is left, Dr. Yagoub.
Yeah, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. And the most important is health financing. As I mentioned, health financing is a big issue. We're speaking about people paying for out of pocket, and this is quite disastrous. We need to look at ways where we can really get into health financing using raising money from the health system. And I believe here the national fund or national insurance fund is the way to go. Just we need to optimize this in a better way. The government share is quite important, but I personally believe if we are looking for sustainable health care system, we shouldn't rely much on the government contribution. We need to rely much on the national fund for health, but just we need to optimize this in a better way. I don't need to speak much. This is quite important because now health system is not a separate entity. It's part of the way we're looking at our country. It is ways we look at our people. And as I mentioned, it needs to be people-centered. And here, the most important is equity. Equity is different from equality. Equity meaning you raise people to same level, depending on their situation, irrespective of their income and gender and age and etc. So really, we need to think about a health system where all people can have an equitable access to health service in a quality and a people-centered manner.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yagoub, for this very informative presentation. Our next speaker is Selma Walid Mu'tasim. Selma is a pharmacist and the first-class graduate from the Faculty of Pharmacy at the University of Khartoum. She has a strong background in clinical and emergency pharmacy, and she's currently working as an oncology pharmacist at the White Nile State Oncology Treatment Center. Alongside her clinical work, Selma has demonstrated strong leadership and coordination skills through extensive volunteer and field-based health activities, particularly in humanitarian and emergency settings. In addition to her clinical role, Selma works with SAMA as a humanitarian relief coordinator in White Nile State, where she oversaw SAMA's general food distribution program, supporting internally displaced population affected by the war through field supervision and coordination. She played a key role in ensuring food assistance reach vulnerable communities. Today, Selma will share her experience from the field, highlighting lessons learned from coordinating humanitarian food contribution in White Nile State.
Hello, everyone. It's such a pleasure to meet you all today. I am Selma Walid, SAMA's Humanitarian Relief Coordinator, and I'll be presenting a brief overview for our work in White Nile State. The contents will be an overview to the context in White Nile State. Then I will cover the activities conducted and how were they implemented, followed by the outcomes of our programs. And I will take a moment to acknowledge the role of our local partners and donors. We will conclude with a documentary video. We can't understand the humanitarian context in White Nile State without speaking about its geographical location, as it's surrounded by conflict-affected states, Khartoum State from north, Jazeera and Sinnar from east, and North Kordofan from west. All these areas, shaded in red, has been directly affected by conflict, making White Nile State a sole safe refuge for many families fleeing from these conflict-affected states. And this is imparted a great humanitarian strain on the state itself, at the same time making it a perfect location for SAMA to conduct humanitarian interventions. In 2025, SAMA focused on addressing diverse urgent needs in White Nile State. We have responded to an outbreak. We have responded to severe acute malnutrition among war prisoners. We continued SAMA's feeding program to address the war-resulted food insecurity. It's important to inform that all the following mentioned program were funded by SAMA, implemented through trusted local implementers on the ground. We are all values, كلنا قيم in Arabic, for the feeding interventions, and Dawaina charitable organization, which is our medical implementers inside Costa Teaching Hospital. Let's start with the outbreak response. In early 2025, we have responded to an outbreak. The crisis began with an attack on the major electricity station by RSF drones, resulted in total electrical power outage from the city as a whole. The electrical supply disruption has directly affected the water treatment plant, which resulted in severe water shortage. As a result of this, the population has relied on water from unknown sources. They were potentially unsafe. Rapidly after the start of this catastrophic sequence, we have resulted in outbreak with over 800 reported cases. The cholera outbreak has been declared in Kosti in February 2025. Patients were hospitalized in Kosti Teaching Hospital, in the Cholera Treatment Center in Kosti Teaching Hospital, which is the main and the largest public hospital in the city. SAMA has responded by a donation of 700 IV fluid rehydration units, which supported 85 cholera patients and helped them to recover. From outbreaks, let's move to special emergency intervention, I mean it, in which we responded to severe acute malnutrition among RSF former prisoners. The context briefly was that in April 2025, 31 freed prisoners were transported to Kosti Teaching Hospital, and it was they were captive in inhumane conditions and tortured and starved for long periods. The key of this intervention was that after their arrival to the hospital, 97% of them were diagnosed with severe acute malnutrition, plus other life-threatening medical conditions such as acute kidney injury, TB, and complicated malaria, and other conditions. And due to the hospital's limited resources, this raised the need for medical and nutritional support, and SAMA had to act to fill the gaps. We have supported them medically by supplying the essential medications needed for hospitalization periods, such as injectable antibiotics, IV fluids, and supplements. And since most of them were diagnosed with severe acute malnutrition, we have also supported their nutrition in collaboration with the hospital dietitians, definitely. We have provided tailored meals to meet the former prisoners' specific nutritional needs. The outcomes of this intervention was remarkable, really. As by the end of 1 month of close support, 77% of them have recovered, totally recovered, and were discharged from the hospital. The third, yet the most important, was SAMA feeding program. The feeding program has started since the beginning of war in White Nile State, so it has been serving for over 2 years in White Nile State. Our program implies the central kitchen or the Takaya model. In this model, we provide ready-made meals to our beneficiaries. In 2025 alone, our feeding program has spanned nearly a total of 10 months, divided into 2 phases from March to August, in total of 6 months, and 4 months from September to December. We have worked in Gaza's Salam camp, displacement camp. This is a large camp sheltering over 6,000 displaced individuals. And as I have mentioned, we have provided ready-made meals to 1,500 IDPs in the first span and 1,100 in the second phase of the program, IDPs. By the end of 2025, SAM's feeding program will have provided over 730,000 meals in White Nile State alone since the beginning of war. And we have also surveyed our beneficiaries after 6 months of working in the same location about their feedback in our program. The survey revealed an 87% of satisfaction, more important, 0 dissatisfaction. We are so proud of what we have achieved so far in 2025 in White Nile State, but it's important to acknowledge that this couldn't be done without the support of both, let me say, our diligent local partners on the ground. We are all values who prepared the meals for displaced families, for the prisoners, and the Waina charitable organization, which reported the outbreak response and the prisoners' medical supplies inside Coastal Teaching Hospital. And definitely it wouldn't come real without the support from SAM's global network of donors, acknowledging all the Uli Muslim Society, all the Uli areas Muslim Society, Adams, who has generously funded the feeding program in White Nile State. I would like to thank them all for being in our mission and for working with us to create a lasting change. Finally, let's conclude with this short documentary video highlighting one day of our resilient feeding program. Enjoy watching. Thank you very much.
Okay. So in addition to his clinical and volunteer background, Abdelrazig worked with Sama as a humanitarian relief coordinator at Dr. Bushra Ibn Auf Center in Gadaref State, where he played a key role in managing Sama's food basket distribution program. Through this work, he helped deliver food assistance to thousands of families, ensuring effective coordination, accountability, and effective on-the-ground implementation during a critical humanitarian response. Today, Abdelrazig will share his experience from the field, highlighting key lessons learned from coordinating humanitarian food assistance. Welcome, Abdelrazig.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Abdelrazig Madani, Humanitarian Relief Coordinator for Sama in Gadaref State. Today, I will share with you Sama humanitarian response in Gadaref during 2025, with focus on food security, emergency response, and partnership. This presentation reflects real work on the ground implemented under challenging conditions, but with a strong collaboration and commitment. Before going into details, I will briefly walk you through outline of this presentation. I will start with humanitarian context in Gadaref, then expand how some intervened who work with and what we implemented. I will also highlight our emergency flood response, summarize the impact, and closing with acknowledgement. To understand our response, we need to start with the reality on the ground. Gadaref state is hosting more than 700,000 displaced people, which has placed large pressure on food system and basic service. Many families have limited access to food, shelter, and health care, and vulnerable groups such as children and women are highly affected. In this context, SAM responded by assisting over 11,000 internal displaced and flood-affected individuals. Focus on food security as immediate priority. With this level of need, SAM had to act. Our intervention focused mainly on food security, starting with food basket distribution during Ramadan and continue through April and May. We also implement Eid al-Adha meat distribution and later expand our response to include emergency flood assistance in Al-Faw locality. Overall, our activity cover 25 IDP centers across Gadaref state. Our main entry point was food basket distribution. We deliver over 1,600 food baskets targeting the most vulnerable householders with limited or no access to regular assistance. Each basket was designed to meet basic food needs for 2 to 3 weeks, helping families supplies during critical period. Distribution will carry out in highly need displacement sites. Beyond daily food needs, we also wanted to support families during important cultural moments. During Eid al-Adha, we distribute 7 meals to displaced family across multiple IDP centers. This intervention was not only about nutrition, it helped preserve dignity, strengthen community resilience, and maintain the cultural and social meaning of Eid despite displacement. When flood affected the Al-Faw locality in Gadaref state, the humanitarian situation changed very quickly. Many families lost access to food, shelter, and basic service within very short time. In response, SAM rapidly shifted the planning programming to emergency food response. We conduct a quick field assessment coordinated with local authorities and our local partners and deliver food basket to flood-affected families. This intervention reached over 3,000 individuals, providing immediate support to help family cope with sudden shock and supply their basic food needs during the emergency. For this intervention, SAM worked closely with the Alrofaqaa charitable organization for sustainable development as implemental part. Alrofaqaa play a central role in making the operation successful on the ground. At this point, I would like to sincere acknowledgement our fund part, Adam was the core supporter of SAMA food security work in Gadaref. Their support enabled intervention from Ramadan in March through April in May and Eid al-Adha in June. This partnership significantly strengthened SAMA humanitarian presence in Gadaref during critical point. So it is important to pause and reflect on what was achieved through this response. SAMA intervention in Gadaref focus on reach who's most in need while ensure accountability efficiently and respect for dignity. Through this intervention, more than 11,000 displaced and flood-affected individuals receive directly assistance. We distribute over 1,600 food baskets, reach 25 IDP centers, and support displaced families during Eid al-Adha. Through this distribution, of 7 bills. I would like to thank SAMA team for planning and implementation, and also thank our counterpart Adams and implementer part Alrofaqaa organization, and also thanks the local authorities and local committee for coordination and verification, and also thanks our volunteers for his dedication and commitment. To the end, thank you all. Thank you for your time and thank you for your support.
Thank you very much, Abdelrazig. Well done. Excellent presentation. So you can go to the next speaker.
Okay. It's my pleasure to introduce Eyad Kashif. He's the External Affairs Secretary of the Khartoum Medical Student Association, KAMSA. It was founded in 1945 as the official representative body of medical students at the Faculty of Medicine University of Khartoum, and is one of the oldest and most active student-led medical association in Sudan. Over decades, KAMSA has played a vital role in capacity building, community outreach, and humanitarian service, organizing medical missions and health campaigns that have reached more than 11 states across Sudan, often in highly challenging and underserved settings. The association is also deeply engaged in research and medical education, capacity building, equipping students with skills in research, methodology, leadership, advocacy, and socially accountable healthcare. As External Affairs Secretary, Eyad Kashif works at the intersection of partnerships, representations, and collaboration, helping to contact KAMSA with local and international stakeholders. Today, he will present on the work of KAMSA, sharing insights into his humanitarian mission, community outreach initiatives, and student-led capacity building program. Please join me to welcome Eyad.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for your kind invitation and for bringing us together to a cause that really matters. It's an honor to be part of this summit and to share this space with partners who believe, as we do, that humanitarian action is not only about fighting crisis, but it's also about shaping future. Our partnership with SAMA was not born in boardrooms. It was born in a classroom of a mentor that we all cherish, Dr. Bushrab Naouf. He did not just teach us medicine. He taught us that a physician duty extends far beyond the hospital walls. It extends to the very heart of the community we serve. Since its foundation in 1954, Khartoum Medical Student Association has carried a proud legacy of student representation rooted in health, in honesty and humility. Across generations, the association has pioneered in youth participation and active engagement, shaping not only competent doctors, but principled leaders capable of addressing the challenges of the Sudan healthcare system. KAMSA work is cornered on key themes, including public health, sexual and reproductive health, including medical education, human rights and peace, and capacity building as a cornerstone of these activities. Alongside this, the association nurtures a strong cultural dimension that keeps the medical students connected to their local communities and connected to their Sudan, empowering them not only to translate their skills and knowledge and values into impactful student-led initiatives, but also to serve their local societies. KAMSA commitment to humanitarian service is deeply ingrained. KAMSA commitment to humanitarian service is deeply ingrained in its values. Since 1960s, student-led medical convoys has been the central expression of this commitment, evolving to reach remote and underserved communities across Sudan. The establishment of Health Education Secretariat in 2003 has marked a turning point, transforming medical missions into an integrated and combined health education, free clinical care, and scientific research. Over the past 2 decades, KAMSA, before the conflict, KAMSA has organized more than 9 major convoys to different areas of Sudan. Each convoy reached a normal of 25 rural areas or villages, and we have also organized more than 20 health days or health medical days. In January 2025, we partnered with the Ministry of Health and Sudanese specialists from the diaspora to conduct a specialized Ops and Gyna medical convoy in Port Sudan. Through this mission, we delivered hands-on clinical training to ensure that the next generation of doctors remain skilled, even in exile or conflict. In addition to that, free gynecological guidance sessions were offered to IDP camps and focusing on the psychosocial impact the war have on women, while also training doctors to better recognize the signs and address the challenges in their clinical practice. Subsequently, in April 2024, despite the immense challenges faced in our Sudan, we successfully conducted a humanitarian mission in Kasar State, providing free primary healthcare services and medications to nearly 600 residents, including individuals living in IDP centers. When we speak about Sudan's future, we are speaking of the energy, of the creativity of the youth. Youth participation is not just a contribution; it's a crucial asset that fills essential service gaps, and it builds trust within our communities. Nothing illustrates this better than the initiative, Aouni initiative, which is attributed to the legacy of the late Dr. Bushra Nauf. To ensure our students could continue their medical education, to ensure our students could reach their exam centers, despite the war, we have raised more than 49 million Sudanese pounds, supporting 122 students. This support comes in the fees as travel, housing fees, and tuition fees. Also, through Dr. Bushra ibn Auf virtual learning program or virtual round program, we have utilized the technology to mitigate the effects of conflict, ensuring the concept of a knowledge that heals is never extinguished. KAMSA equips students with practical skills and professional guidance through the medical journey. This includes hands-on training on surgical and medical techniques, first aid, core clinical practices, as well as a step-by-step support in medical specialization. Peer mentorship, academic excellence workshops, and also opportunities to contribute to the curriculum design and accreditation process. It further empowers students to excel both as doctors and as leaders within their communities. In addition to that, KAMSA upholds a model of peer-led education with a strong focus on research that addresses the psychological and educational realities of students and communities. Ongoing and planned students' studies on war trauma, on PTSD, and water sanitation and hygiene in conflict areas ensure that the association remains at the frontier of understanding the challenges faced for those who serve. And also it informs evidence-based approaches to education and the communities they serve. Youth participation is vital for any community, especially in our beloved Sudan. Young people bring energy, creativity, and dedication, filling the critical service gap through initiatives that deliver immediate community impact, raise health awareness, and uphold the trust between youth and their communities. By enabling rapid local living responses and supporting vulnerable and underserved groups, youth not only address urgent needs, but also build the capacities of the future generations. As the guiding principle reminded us, nothing about youth happens without youth. Meaningful change is most effective when youth are actively involved in it. As we look towards the remaining part of 2025 and 2026, we are not slowing down. Our presentation outlines several critical areas where we we invite you, our partners and partners-to-be, to collaborate. First, mainly in Project ECHO, our most recent and most important work to be done this year, utilizing individual learning to connect with specialists, to connect with local providers, and to connect with doctors in underserved areas under the wise guidance of SAMA as a SuperHub. The next project is the community outreaches, where we are planning to train volunteers in Khartoum State, mainly in the Gadaref area, in basic first aid, to empower them to be able to fight local emergency responses. Upcoming medical days, we also have upcoming medical days in Gadaref and even Nile State. We are currently preparing for 2 medical days, which are set to launch in the first quarter of 2026. And finally, to our professor, the father of this partnership, we hope we are making you proud. You taught us that hope illuminates. And today, the light that carried by this light is carried by every student in Kamsa. Sudan's future is not found in its struggles, but it's found in the youth, in the young people who refuse to give up on it. Let's continue to build this future together with the same honesty and humility that brought us here today. And thank you.
Well done, Eyad. Excellent presentation. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Ahmed Al-Waleed Obaid. He's a 4th-year medical student at the University of Jazeera and a graduate of the SNO Leadership Institute 2025. Ahmed has an extensive experience in community leadership, humanitarian response, and health advocacy, including work with Hayat Charitable Association and the Sudanese Red Crescent. He will be presenting Sudan Health Access Network, a proposed community-led model to improve healthcare access for displaced population in Sudan.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Hello everyone. I am Ahmed Al-Waleed Obaid, Faculty of Medicine, University of Jazeera, final year student. Before we start, I want to express my happiness and excitement to be here in front of you all. I want to thank Sama. I'm very thankful, so thankful for this opportunity. Today, I will be presenting an innovative healthcare project proposal titled as Sudan Health Access Network, or SHAN as short. This project hasn't been realized on the ground yet. It was drafted for the first time as a graduation requirement for SNO Leadership Institute in August 2025. So what's SHAN and how it emerged? To answer these questions, we need to go back for a while, exactly to mid-2024. As we can see in this map, by the 1st of June 2024, new towns and villages were involved in the conflict, including Sinja, Dindir, and Suki. Khartoum, the capital, and Jazeera were previously affected, as well as Kordofan and Darfur. And as we know, before the conflict erupted in April 2023, Khartoum was the primary hub for health services in Sudan. Specialized centers for kidney disease, heart disease, oncology were mainly located there, and cases were referred from all the states of Sudan to be managed and treated. Important diagnostic tests like CT, MRI, some specific lab investigations were not easily accessed elsewhere. Not to mention the most experienced physicians and the well-trained staff. Even national programs and international collaborations with NGOs usually starts in Khartoum, then to be implemented in the states. So since the first shot, the system was breaking down rapidly, as expected. And in the early few months, services were restored and relocated to some extent in some big towns like Port Sudan and with Madani. It wasn't a compensation, it wasn't a full compensation, but it was a relief. Unfortunately, even this didn't stand for a long time. In the mentioned date, only 6 out of 18 states in Sudan were considered as safe. So the more affected regions, the more health facilities out of service, the more displaced people moving to towns and villages where resources are already limited. So I couldn't find any formal data to document these breakdowns and movements. So it could be unscientific to say that it is the worst point on the curve. But it is fair to think that mid-2024 was a peak in the system stress. Meanwhile, in the same period of time, I was involved in this program, SNO Leadership Institute. It is a leadership program organized by SNO for SNO members, including Faculty of Medicine, University of Jazeera, my medical school. SNO stands for Student Network Organization. It is a students branch of a larger organization called TUF. It is a network of medical schools, organizations, policymakers, connect together to address health inequities issues and social innovations. This program, SNO Leadership Institute, was adopting the idea or the concept of the fourth sector, which suggests that when we are designing projects or making some interventions, we should move in a space mixed between the three traditional well-known sectors, the private and non-profit and public, to make benefit of all of them. So SHAN, the project, was designed to be a health project to mitigate the impact of the health system collapse during that critical period. Moving to the project's components, the first headline or the first components was about reaching the unreached. When we talk about war victims, we usually think about displaced people at the first thing. But those people who couldn't leave homes or who were locked down in their regional towns and villages sometimes are in greater need. So providing alternatives for those people, even at the level, at least at the level of consultation, was the first goal of the project. The intervention of choice was online sitting clinic or virtual clinics or telemedicine with referring system in coordination with NGOs who were still operating in that conflict zones because they have had most flexibility moving in and out. The main problem or limitation was that access to internet wasn't safe and easy in that zones, and for referring could face some problems with checkpoints and high cost of traveling and residency and management. The second component was about delivering care and preserving the local health system. The displaced people, usually when they arrive to their destinations, they are out of resources or with limited resources. So their basic concern or their priority is for food, shelter, and clothes. Sometimes they neglect unintentionally their health needs, especially chronic disease patients like diabetic and hypertensive. That is the first problem. The second one, that the local health centers in this area, which was designed to serve a limited population, a limited catchment population, is now serving multiple displacement camps in the same area, which is a huge burden on the local health system. So the intervention of choice was very traditional but effective. Mobile field clinics could solve this problem, and it is a chance for educational campaigns addressing health issues related to the war. The mobile field clinics intervention is already active in many formal and informal ways. Just it needs some coordination to manage resources and efforts and to achieve greater impact. The third component was about providing data-driven decision. This was targeting the general population and the healthcare workers, as well as the displaced people, as the situation was so dynamic and the health services availability was changing constantly. So interactive maps providing real-time guidance on the service availability and the diagnostic tests and the emergency care would be very helpful. The major limitation for this intervention was the digital awareness and internet issues. Final notes. Do we still need this work? The answer is yes. The need still exists because many areas are still affected. No end is clear. And in addition, telemedicine and maps and clinics will be very useful and supportive even in the normal setting. Regarding implementation, theoretically it is very easy to talk, but on the ground it needs huge effort to sustain and organized. Such project must go through phases, starting with designing, training, and pilot launch until reaching the full expansion. And finally, about adoption. As I said, this idea was limited to a graduation project for academic and training, or in academic and training context. But today, I can aim for broader and more significant impact, as I am talking to the people who are affected. And as we say in Arabic, أهل الوجع نفسهم. NGOs, including SAMA, can be the snowball or can be the polymer. Then the others from the same sectors or the other sectors can join. At least as Sudanese people, if we couldn't agree on politics, we can agree on a national action on this network or in other project. We can agree on national action to provide basic right for our people. And let us always remember, in a world driven by inequity, medicine could be viewed as a social justice work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ahmed. Excellent presentation. And I like your final slide, or the one before last. So thank you for that. So I think our last speaker is Mohammed Siddiq, and he said he'll wrap it up in less than 10 minutes. So we are keeping count. So go ahead, Mohammed.
Thank you, Salih. Greetings again, everyone. I hope you're enjoying your day with us today. When the war broke out in April 2023, more than 2 years ago, it was immediately clear that the scale of the crisis was beyond any one person's capacity to address. Millions were displaced and thousands were killed. No single individual, profession, or organization could ever bridge the gap that was created. That is why from day one, we raised the slogan "Together for Sudan." And it was never just a catchy phrase, never only something we used for marketing or hashtags on our social media. It represented a real value, an ethos that has guided our team, our humanitarian model, and the way we deliver our programs. At the start of the war, we were only a few. Some of us were displaced, and others were caring for their displaced families. And we endured a painful loss. Our beloved founder, mentor, and father, Dr. Busha ibn Auf Sulaiman. But we were also faced with an enormous responsibility. The responsibility of easing the suffering of our own people. That is what brought us together. The mission of service and the mission of saving lives. Despite the grief we carried, we stood, we organized, and we made a clear commitment. No one is left behind. And suddenly, what began as taking care of our own families becomes something bigger, saving the lives of thousands of families across Sudan. Amid that chaos, in July 2023, Abdelmajid Osman relocated to Port Sudan planting the first seed of us on the ground. That step marked a turning point in our work and led to one of the most important milestones, the establishment of the Dr. Bushra ibn Auf Center for Learning. This center has become a beacon of hope, carrying the legacy of our founder and sustaining his mission to invest in people, to empower communities, and to help raise the generation that can build and make Sudan a better place. From there, we built what we now call our Alliance for Humanitarian Relief, a network of partnerships with local organizations who over time became friends and truly become family. Mohammed Ibrahim, from Our All Values, stood with us from the very beginning, opening the door for his volunteers on the ground and showing up again and again. Whenever there was a crisis, we found him ready to respond. Then Lubna and Faris joined us from Alrofaqaa charitable organization for sustainable development, supporting families in Gadaref state. When the crisis escalated in Darfur, we found committed partners ready to serve. Baha from Darfur Organization for Development and Human Resources, Rawia and Safa from Tabashir for Aid and Development Organization, and Abdelrazig from Al-Ayun Organization. And more recently, we have been honored to have Siddiq and Gandhi joining us from Al-Ishraq for Development and Consultation Organization. All these organizations, these leaders, and these teams become one family. And our relationship transcended the idea of simply giving and receiving funds. It became something deeper and more meaningful, a shared responsibility, a shared trust, and a shared commitment that no Sudanese person should be left behind. Through these partnerships, we reached people and places that we would never have imagined we could reach alone. The violence, the atrocities, and the crisis that unfolded in Sudan were not only a tragedy for Sudanese people. They were a violation of our shared humanity. This went beyond a national issue. It became a challenge to everyone who believes in human dignity, in the basic right to live, to be safe, and to have food and shelter. And that is why we embrace diversity in our response. Because when the cause is humanity, everyone who wants to stand for humanity deserves a place. And we saw people answer that call from across the world. Nuria from Netherlands stepped forward, raising funds and awareness within her university community. Sarah Oudi, a medical student in Chicago, did the same, mobilizing her peers, raising funds and amplifying Sudan's story. And we are truly pleased today to have Thomas Fake and Pamela DeLarge with us today. They leveraged their networks, built bridges, and helped raise funds for Sudan. These are just few examples, very few examples among many. Many people who gathered not because they were Sudanese, not because they were asked to, and not because they expected anything in return, but simply because they believed in humanity. I can't let this moment pass without recognizing the American Muslim community, including Adams, Masjid Fresno, and many others who stood beside us and truly became the backbone of this year. Your generosity, trust, and consistency made a real difference. What I share tonight is a story of the resilience and strength of the Sudanese community, a community that, despite everything, continues to fight for a better future. And it is also a story of collective work, people coming together across borders, backgrounds, and identities to stand with Sudan because humanity demands it. In conclusion, I want to say thank you. Thank you to our SAMA team across the globe, and especially our team in Sudan, who are the real heroes behind so much of this work. Thank you for our emerging leaders, our youth ambassadors in the United States. Thank you to our donors who trusted us and believed in our mission. And thank you to our partners on the ground who continue to deliver under the most difficult conditions. As we head into 2026, my request is simple. Let's keep the spirit alive. Let's continue to stand together, steadily, selflessly, and with unwavering commitment, until we can say with confidence that our communities in Sudan are safe, supported, and no longer alone. Thank you very much.
So I think we're well done, Mohammed Sadiq. Very well said. Very impressive, as usual. I know that you wanted to be with us today, but hopefully we'll meet you. I think you should just stay where you are for the time being. So as far as so this concludes our session 3. Okay. طيب هنبدأ حسي الأورد سيرموني وهنوزع بعدها الشهادات على الانترنشيب graduates. Thank you very much everyone for your attention. So I'll first begin by reading out the names of the awardees who were unable to make it to today. So I'll begin with Dr. Salah Basha. He is the recipient of the Dr. Bushra ibn Auf Lifetime Achievement Award. So this award honors the life and legacy of Dr. Bushra ibn Auf, a pillar of the Sudanese American Medical Association, director of the Sudan's office and assistant professor of the University of Khartoum. Dr. Bushra embodied quiet leadership, compassion, and unwavering service to Sudan's people. His passing on April 25th was a profound loss, but his values continue to guide SAMA's mission and inspire our work. So the legacy has 2 components. This is one of them. The other one is Dr. Bushra ibn Auf Centers in Port Sudan and Gadaref. For this year, we are proud to name Dr. Professor Salah Mohammed Ibrahim, also known as Salah al-Basha, as the 2025 award recipient. His career reflects the same commitment to excellence and service. Salah al-Basha trained in Sudan, the United Kingdom, and Ireland, and he has combined academic distinction with national leadership in cardiology, medical education, and public service. He chairs the Adult Cardiology Fellowship Training Council in the Sudan Medical Specializations Board and advisor to the Federal Ministry of Health. He helped shape generation of cardiologists and the National Cardiac Program. He has also expanded access to life-saving care for underserved patients. During the ongoing war, Prof. Salah chose to remain in Sudan, continuing to serve under extreme conditions. In honoring him, we reaffirm the values of Dr. Bushra, Allah yarhamu, what he lived by: service, integrity, and resilience in the era of hardship. يعني دكتور صلاح الباشا كان ممكن عنده جواز أجنبي، جواز إيرلندي، كان ممكن يكون قاعد في إيرلندا. And he could have easily been working and living there. لكن اختار إنه يقعد في السودان عشان to re-establish cardiac services. وفعلا في السنتين اللي فاتوا دي غير مدني طبعا كان داير عملية إعادة بناء، لكن اشتغلوا في عطبرة وفي شندي وقبل أيام افتتحوا في بورسودان. وللأسف ما قدر يكون معانا due to family reasons. But that's our first awardee. So our second awardee, Dr. Salah ad-Din Mohammed al-Mustafa Hassan. He is a recipient of Dr. Osama Osman Award for Outstanding Surgeon. Dr. Osama Osman, this award honors his life and legacy, a distinguished vascular surgeon, humanitarian, and leader whose service breached clinical excellence and compassion. Graduate from the University of Khartoum, Dr. Osama Osman built an international career in UK and Saudi Arabia, serving as head of vascular and endovascular surgery at King Saud Medical City and as the first Royal College of Surgeons county advisor for Saudi Arabia. He was the founding figure and first president of the Sudanese Association of Vascular Surgeons, and following the outbreak of war in 2023, he led humanitarian surgical efforts through King Salman Relief Organization and launched SAMA's Trauma Echo to support surgeons inside Sudan. Dr. Osam passed away in September 29, 2023, shortly after returning from a humanitarian mission to Port Sudan. His legacy lives on through a generation of surgeons he mentored and the institutions he strengthened. This award was established to reflect his values, excellence, mentorship, and service at times of greatest need. فطبعا احنا كان عملنا missions باسم دكتور عصام عثمان, a few of them, and we kind of went into a hiatus, and now the Sudan vascular surgeons are doing a mission in his name. فسبحان الله يعني البر لا يبلى, and it's not just SAMA but other organizations are also celebrating the life and legacy of Dr. Osama Osman. So this year's awardee is Dr. Salah ad-Din Mohammed al-Mustafa Hassan, the 2025 award recipient. He is a pioneering cardiothoracic surgeon. He has transformed cardiac care in Sudan through clinical leadership, education, and resilience. Salah Hassan trained in Sudan and Egypt with experience across these countries. He has performed more than 250 pediatric cardiac surgeries over the last 3 years. He established Sudan's first congenital heart surgery at Mohammed Heart Center. He is associate professor at the University of Jazeera. He is a dedicated mentor to students and residents. During the ongoing war, he continued to serve despite displacement, establishing an ICU in Dungula for displaced patients, and now leading the rebuilding of Mohammed Heart Center. His leadership, courage, and commitment to rebuilding mirror the very ideals of Dr. Osama Osman lived by. We proudly honor Dr. Salih Hassan and celebrate his legacy. فصلاح حسن طبعا he's a friend of Sama. He's a very very nice guy, very funny. ودائما يعني عنده دعابه يعني. فهو طبعا صديق عبد المجيد. كل مره برسل له يقول له ها الكونتينر جايبتين الكونتينر جايبتين. When are you bringing the container of medical supplies? And every conversation with him ends by هيا صلاح أبسين. He calls me أبسين. حجيب لنا بتين الحاجات. That's kind of all our conversations. He's doing that with everyone. Always trying to leverage support for the people of Sudan. لما جات الحرب كان هو قاعد في مدني وحصلت له very traumatic episode. Thankfully he did okay. لما الجنجويد دخلوا مدني كان قاعد في مركز يعني. He managed to survive الحمد لله. Nobody got hurt. مشى دنقلة. هو طبعا دنقلاوي. قاعد فيها وعمل ICU وحس رجع مدني. But these are the kind of people we want to celebrate. Who unfortunately he couldn't make it with us today. He's in Medani. So we're here thanking him in his absence. أيوة طيب محمد سينجر طبعا هو ما حيكون online في اللحظة دي. So Mohammed Asid doesn't like to be recognized. He actually hates it, I think. So, and you know, me and him have this special relationship where I kind of, you know, enjoy knowing him, and he takes it well, alhamdulillah, so far. So Mohammed is the recipient of Sama Leadership Award, which is the highest honor given by the organization. So some leaders guide through titles, others lead through presence, judgment, and integrity. Mohammed Asid has been a steady force. In recognition of his extraordinary service, we are proud to present him with the Sama Leadership Award, the highest honor bestowed by our organization. He joined the board of directors in 2014 and served as president from 2019 to 2020. That was a fairly pivotal period in Sama's history. Across his years of service, he has helped guide the organization through moments of uncertainty with wisdom, balance, and quiet resolve, always prioritizing mission over ego. Based in Phoenix, Arizona, he has been a cornerstone of Sama's community engagement and fundraising efforts. Since 2019, he has led Phoenix into becoming one of Sama's most consistent and vibrant hubs of support. فتقريبا محمد السيد ومعاه المجموعة بتاعت Phoenix, Arizona. Every year we have a check of $20,000. No planning ahead. Mohammed Sadiq always tries to plan ahead. He wants to get a strategy, he wants to get a plan. There is no plan, but it just happens. So sometimes not having a plan is a form of planning. The Sama Leadership Award honors individuals whose character has shaped the soul of the organization. In Dr. Asid, we recognize unwavering integrity, compassionate leadership, and lifelong commitment to serve Sudanese communities at home and in the diaspora. So, Dr. Mohammed Asid, your legacy is written in steady action, principled leadership, and service when it mattered most. We are grateful for your guidance, proud of your example, and honored to call you a leader and a friend. يعني يمكن a more personal note لما كان نحن يعني في سام مرينا بفترة عصيبة فكان عندنا جروب أنا عامله أنا والمرحوم بشرى وسينجر فكان حتى اسمه strategy and alignment لأنه كان عندنا مشكلة بتاعت ناس بيتمرقوا من المنظمة فسبحان الله يعني كان when it really got bad boss me بشرى يرحمه said you know what let's just quit this يعني سينجر الوحيد اللي عنقد قال كده انتوا ما تصبروا شوية وقد كان يعني therefore he has this is a very special relationship and he does not like to be recognized. But you know, you don't always get what you want. Thank you for that. All right, so this is the last awardee who's not here. So this is the Mentor Award. It's with immense pride and deep appreciation that we announce Dr. Mohammed Fadl as the recipient of the 2025 Sam Mentor Award. Dr. Noor's unwavering commitment to excellence, integrity, and kindness has left a lasting impact on generations of Sudanese American physicians. As a mentor to the very first cohort of Sudanese doctors who went on to establish Sama, he has played a foundational role in shaping a community dedicated to service and lifelong learning. His continued dedication to training kidney specialists in Sudan is a testament to his enduring passion for education and the betterment of healthcare in our homeland. It's a small token of our immense gratitude for his impact. So we'd like to congratulate Dr. Noor for a well-deserved recognition. His mentorship embodies the very essence of Sama's mission. فدكتور محمد فضل ده كان من الناس اللي بيكتب جوابات حتى ممكن زول يكون ما عارفه يعني He may not have even met you in person. That's how much he vouched for and supported the first generation of Sudanese American doctors. يعني يمكن كل الفاوندرز بتاعين ساما جواباتهم جاية من الدكتور محمد فضل without them really knowing him يعني. So we thank him for his service and we recognize him with the Mentor Award.
I'm going to present the next award. SAMA is honored to recognize the Youth Revival Charitable Organization with this year's Humanitarian Relief Award in recognition of their exceptional leadership in healthcare, education, and community development across Sudan. Their journey began in 2013 with moments of profound human need. A father searching desperately for an oxygen tank for his daughter, and parents unable to find an incubator for their premature newborn. From these experiences emerged a simple but powerful mission. No family should suffer alone. What began as a youth-led initiative has grown into one of Sudan's most impactful non-profit organizations. Youth Revival built Rufa'a's medical city, including hospitals, blood banking, and oxygen generation facilities. They established the Tawhida Taj Mustafa Educational Institution and launched programs supporting widows' environmental protection, clothing distribution, and food security. When war erupted in April 2023, Youth Revival expanded its work, opening shelters, evacuating civilians, restoring hospitals under fire, and delivering care that preserved both life and dignity. Notably, after the RSF offensive on Rufaa in October 2024, when many organizations would have pulled out, Youth Revival chose to stay, continuing to serve patients, protecting health infrastructure, and standing with the community at its most vulnerable moment. Their courage in crisis and commitment to sustained presence exemplify the highest ideals of humanitarian service. SAMA recognized them today with the SAMA Humanitarian Relief Award, honoring a decade of service defined by resilience, compassion, and unwavering solidarity with the people of Sudan.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله مساكم بكل خير. يزيدنا ويشرفنا في منظمة شباب النهضة بمدينة رفاعة ولاية الجزيرة أن نتقدم بخالص الشكر والتقدير لمنظمة ساما على هذه اللفتة الكريمة والتكريم الراقي. إن هذا التكريم نعتبره وسام وشرف ودافع قوي لمواصلة العمل والعطاء. إن هذا التكريم الفخيم والتنظيم الجميل لا يجسد فقط تقدير الجهود، بل يعكس إيمانا حقيقيا برسالة العمل الإنساني المشترك. ونحن في منظمة شباب النهضة نتطلع بكل أمل إلى مستقبل من التعاون البناء والشراكات الحقيقية الفاعلة مع منظمة ساما بإذن الله، وذلك لإطلاق مشاريع إنسانية جديدة تحدث أثراً حقيقياً في مجتمعاتنا. فمعاً نستطيع ومعاً نصنع الفرق إن شاء الله.
Moving on to Mohammed Al-Amin Award, SAMA proudly announced Dr. Mohammed Abdullah Siddiq Mohammed Taha as the recipient of Dr. Mohammed Al-Amin Awad Award, recognizing his excellence during nephrology fellowship training in Sudan. The award honored the late Dr. Mohammed Al-Amin Awad, a visionary nephrologist and educator who played a foundational role in developing kidney care and transplant services in Sudan. It is presented annually by the Sudanese American Medical Association to a physician who demonstrates exceptional clinical skill, dedication, and impact during nephrology fellowship. First established in 2016, the award was presented every year through 2022. It entered a 2-year hiatus in 2023 and 2024 due to the war in Sudan. Its return in 2025 marks more than just a continuation. It reflects the shared commitment of SAMA, the Sudanese Nephrology Society, and the Renal Specialty Council of the Sudan Medical Specialization Board to inspire and support the next generation of the nephrology leaders in Sudan. Dr. Taha completed his nephrology fellowship at the Sudan Medical Specialization Board 2021 to 2023, where he managed complex cases in dialysis units, ICUs, and transplant wards. He performed advanced procedures, including renal biopsies and catheter placements, and actively contributed to teaching and research. He is first author of several published case reports. He currently serves as an internal medicine specialist at Kuwait Hospital and assistant professor at the University of Jazeera. Congratulations to Dr. Taha on this well-deserved honor. His dedication and achievements truly reflect the spirit of this award and continue to inspire the future of nephrology in Sudan and beyond.
دكتور طه في الكويت
Moving on to our graduation ceremony, Esra Abdelmajid has successfully completed her internship with SAMA, serving as a learning program intern with distinction. During her internship, she played a central role in managing SAMA's Moodle-based e-learning platform, coordinating course scheduling, learner communication assessments, and reporting and supporting faculty across multiple educational programs. She also contributed to the SAMA Future Leaders Program, coordinating activities, tracking participant progress, and supporting youth leadership development. Esra brings a strong academic and clinical background as a medical graduate of the University of Khartoum, with experience as teaching assistant in the medicine and anatomy departments. Throughout her internship, Esra demonstrated professionalism, reliability, and excellent communication and teamwork skills, approaching her responsibilities with maturity and commitment. We congratulate Esra on the successful completion of her internship and wishes her continued success in medical education and service. Moving on to our next intern, Mustafa Naji has successfully completed his internship with SAMA, serving as a video editor and photographer with creativity and professionalism. During his internship, Mustafa played a key role in producing short-form visual content for social media platforms, supporting SAMA's digital presence across Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. He contributed across the full production cycle, from visual storytelling to advanced editing, color grading, sound design, and rhythm synchronized effects, delivering engaging high-quality media aligned with SAMA's mission. Mustafa brings a strong creative and technical background with experience working with content creators, media offices, cultural initiatives, and community groups. His portfolio reflects versatility across documentary-style photography, cinematic video, and social media storytelling. Throughout his internship, Mustafa demonstrated strong technical skill, attention to detail, and creative judgment, along with reliability and effective collaboration. He communicates fluently in Arabic and English and consistently approached his work with discipline and artistic intent. We congratulate Mustafa on the successful completion of his internship and looks forward to his continued growth in visual storytelling and media production. Now to our next graduate, Dr. Ja'far Manhal. Dr. Ja'far Manhal has served as a volunteer within SAMA, making outstanding contribution to SAMA's education and research initiatives during an exceptionally challenging period for Sudan. In this role, Dr. Manhal played a central part in coordinating the relevant research eco program, a flagship SAMA initiative endorsed by the Dr. Bushra Ibn Auf Centers for Humanitarian Relief Support and Learning. He contributed to program planning, led in interactive sessions, coordinated experts and learners, and ensured smooth execution of case-based discussion, demonstrating strong organizational communication and leadership skills. Dr. Manhal brings a strong academic and service-oriented background as a teaching assistant in the internal medicine department at the University of Khartoum, with experience in research coordination, medical education, and community-based humanitarian work. His broader volunteer and leadership experience spans medical missions, research, fellowships, and national student and professional organizations. Throughout his service with SAMA, Dr. Manhal distinguished himself through academic rigor, integrity, reliability, and a deep commitment to advancing healthcare and research capacity in Sudan. He consistently approached his responsibilities with professionalism, creativity, and a clear sense of purpose. Sama sincerely thanks Dr. Jaffer Manhal for his dedicated service and looks forward to his continued contribution to medicine, research, and humanitarian work.
So this concludes our event for today. Thank you very much, everyone.